If you want to build an Android and iOS app using React Native, then this course is for you. Because in this video, we are going to build a local business directory app using React Native and Expo. After building this application, you can build any kind of Android and iOS app completely from the scratch. But before that, make sure to subscribe to our channel, press notification bell icon and hit like button. In this course, you will learn how to create a React Native app using Expo, how to design and implement different screens, as well as how to manage your data through the Strapi CMS. Also, we're gonna use an Expo router, Flatlist and many other popular components so that this app will be as good as many popular app in the market. Now let me walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. Now if you see, we have this landing / welcome screen where you have option to sign in with a Google. Simply click on it and then it will navigate you to the Gmail account selection page. Simply select the account. Once you sign in, you will jump onto the home screen where you will see a username, user profile image. Along with, we have this beautiful slider section. With the help of Flatlist, we added these sliders, as well as this all the slider images is managing through the Strapi CMS. So whenever you want, you can simply update your slider through the Strapi CMS and it will automatically reflect inside your app. Then we have category section that also we are managing from the Strapi CMS. Anytime when you want to change any icon, the category, or you want to remove or edit any category, you can simply do that. Then simply open any category and you will find the business in that particular category. After clicking on any of the business, you will jump onto this detail screen where you will find all the details with the action button. If you want to open a Google Map or Apple Map, simply click navigate and it will jump onto that application. You also have the quick call button, or if you want to open a website, you can even open. We added a lot of React Native features. For example, if you want to share your application or share your business, you can simply click on this share button and it will open the share option for you. The most interesting part, we also added this popular business section where you can manage all the premium and popular business from your Strapi CMS, and on the click of it, it will jump onto the detail screen. Also, if you want to mark any of the business as a favorite, just click on that and then it will mark as a favorite one and you will see that toast message. Now we also added this navigation section, which is a tab navigation. With the help of Expo router, we added all the stack and tab navigation inside our app. Under the explore section, you can find any business related to a business account. So for example, if I want to find a coffee shop, then I can just search coffee shop and then it will make an API call to the backend and fetch data for you. We also have the favorite section where you will see all the favorites listing which you mark, and you can anytime you can access that. Then under the profile tab, we have some option like explore, favorite, share, and even if you want to log out from the application, you can simply log out. This application we are building completely from the scratch, and this is the perfect course for the beginners. If you are new to this React Native and Expo, then this video will definitely help you to build and to learn React Native from the scratch. And at the end, we are going to deploy this application on a web as well as on Android and iOS as well. You will learn how to deploy this app on website as well as how to deploy it on iOS and on Android Play Store as well. Everything we're gonna learn from the basic. Now let's talk about the tech stack. In order to create this React Native application, we are going to use an Expo. Expo is a build tool to develop the React Native application with all the React Native features. And for the beginner, this is the perfect way to start building your React Native app using Expo. Now, we are also going to use a Strapi CMS to manage all our application content. Strapi CMS is an open source CMS where you can run the Strapi locally as well, and at the end we're going to learn how we can deploy this Strapi on a Strapi cloud completely for free. Also, for the authentication, we are going to use a Clerk authentication. Clerk is a free authentication service provider where you can simply implement inside the React Native app. With the Clerk latest SDK version, you can seamlessly integrate Clerk inside your application. And then with the help of Expo CLI, we are going to build and deploy our application on Android and iOS platform as well. Also, to access the source code of this project or to access any courses, then you can simply go to the tubegurji.com. I will put the link in the description where you can simply enroll to the any course on my channel, and simply you can learn it step by step by enrolling to the course. You can also keep track of your learning. You can manage all your courses through this TubeGurji dashboard. You also get a daily quiz to give related to the React and React Native. You can also earn badges which help us to improve your skills, and you can see your leaderboard as well. Each course has the different chapters where you can after enrolling you can simply start learning from it. Also, you can access the source code, live demo, and you can even watch on YouTube. Once you finish your project, you can submit the project on the tubegurji.com, and then you can earn the certificate. Now, to join the tubegurji.com, you can simply join it under $15 only. All of my application which I built previously, whether it's a web or mobile, I track with the help of WebTracky. WebTracky is a website analytic platform along with the revenue. It means you can track your website analytics, but along with that you can even track the revenue generated from that application. With the help of AI integration, you can get a suggestion about all your website analytics. Simply, you can add your website, then you will get a script without any SDK. You can simply copy that script, add it to your website, and then WebTracky will take care of everything. It will start tracking your website where you will see the daily visitors, then the referrals where your website referral coming from. Then you can track the entry and exit pages. Not only that, but you can even track the country from where your website is getting visited. You will see the region. You can see also the city from where the people or user are trying to visit your website. You can see your browser and operating system or even device from which people are visiting your site. You will find an AI insight for your application. The recommendation, the recent event, everything is getting tracked with the help of WebTracky. Just simply you need to add the one line of script into your website, and then WebTracky will start tracking your website. No SDK, nothing. And also the revenue tracking also available with the help of WebTracky. Simply give a try. The link is in the description. If you have any question related to WebTracky, let me know in the comment section. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's start building this local business directory app using React Native. In order to create the React Native application, we are going to use an Expo. Expo is a React Native build tool to develop your React Native application much faster and very easy to deploy on Android and iOS as well. Expo provides all the React Native features which is available in React Native. So let's simply go to the expo.dev, go to the documentation, and then copy this command in order to create your React Native Expo application. Simply open a folder where you want to create a project, then open a terminal at that folder. If you are using a Mac OS, make sure to open the command prompt and then simply type this command. Now, if you are using a Mac OS and have permission issue for the folder, make sure to add a sudo at the start. For a Windows, you don't need to add anything, and then hit enter. After that, you need to enter the project name. So simply add the project name. So over here we'll say business directory app, hit enter, and then it will start installing all the files, folder, packages, library which needed to run your React Native Expo app. And once it is ready, you can simply open a VS Code, then open a folder where you just created your project, and then once you open that project, for this pop-up say yes, I trust the author, and then on the left hand side you will see all the folders and files. Now when you create the React Native Expo application, it comes with the default template. Now before explaining any of these folders and file, simply go to the package.json which contain the name and version of your application, script to start to run your application on different devices. Even you can reset your project to a default one, and below that you will find all the dependency along with their version and number and their dependency as well. Now before start of this explaining the folders and file, we're gonna reset our project to a scratch one because we want to build our application completely from the scratch. So you inside the terminal simply run a command npm run and then reset project. Now sometimes on Mac OS I have to enter the sudo, and then once you run this command, it will say do you want to move existing file to this app-example or you want to delete it. So we'll say no, and then it will delete all the unwanted files which we really don't need. And now you will see our folder structure is now much smaller. Okay, now the first folder, which is the app folder, which contains the layout of your React Native application, obviously which hold your application, okay, which you can say a wrapper for your complete app, and at least you have one underscore layout.tsx file which is a root layout. Then we have index.tsx file which is the default page of your application. After that we have assets folder which contain all the icons, images, fonts. If you have any audio, that audio you can keep it inside this assets folder if you want to use it from your local app. Then we have node module folder which contain whatever the packages we install. All the packages information is inside this node module. Obviously we are not going to touch this node module folder at any time. Then we have app.json file which is very important file because inside this file which contain all the configuration to run your React Native Expo app. Over here you will see Expo application name, the slug name, the version, the orientation, whether it's a portrait or you want a horizontal, and all of this information is provided inside this Expo. Now when you want to export this application for the Android or iOS, then you have to make some update to this app.json, like adding a package name for the Android and iOS. And over here you will find all of this information, like even you can change the icon, you can change the color for the icons, and lot of other information configuration you can provide inside the app.json file. Then package.json I already explained. The package log, obviously, which help us to lock your packages version when you are sharing this project with other one through the GitHub or any other platform. And then tsconfig, which contain a TypeScript related configuration. Now let's run your application. Now there are two ways that you can run this application: on your actual device or on virtual emulator. Now in order to run this on an actual device, first thing you need to install this Expo Go application from App Store and Play Store. Depends on if you are using Android or iOS phone. Okay. Now once it is installed, make sure you are on the same network so that it automatically detect your application is you are trying to run, and you can even test directly inside the Expo Go app. Now in order to make sure it's running, you have to run the Expo Go application first using this command called npm run start. Okay, or if you have permission issue, just type this sudo npm run start, and then it will start your application. Simply scan this QR code on your actual device, and then it will open the Expo Go app, and simply you can test your application on your actual device. The other way is to run on Android or iOS emulator. Obviously, based on you have Android or Windows laptop or Mac OS, you can run based on that one. Now in my case, I already have the Android Studio installed, so make sure to open that. Then we have to run the emulator first. So once you open that Android Studio, simply click on this three dot, click on SDK manager, and make sure you have at least one SDK platform installed. So in my case, I already have this API 34. Then go to the SDK tool, make sure you have Android emulator, Android SDK platform tool, and build tool is installed. That is very important. Once it is installed, click apply and OK. Then go to the virtual device manager. Inside this, I already have the device created, but you can simply create a device by going to this create device. Then select the device size and make sure the device has this Play Store icon. Okay, make sure to select that one only, and then simply click next, select the size and everything along with the operating system. And once that is done, you will see your device over here. Now simply click this plus sign, and then your emulator will launch. This emulator is exactly look like your actual device, but it's running on your actual system. And now if you see, our emulator is now started. Over here, it look like everything similar to your actual device. Now in order to run your application on this device, over here you will see there are different options that you can run. Now if you press A button, then it will start running your app on Android. Okay. Now obviously it asking me to install the Expo Go version on this particular emulator. So say yes. So it will install the Expo Go version. Now it's installing that inside your emulator, and now our application is getting loaded. And boom, if you see, our application is now running. Now simply go to your default page, which is an index.tsx under the app folder, and here you will see a text. Now whenever you print anything on the screen or want to show any text, you have to wrap your text inside this text tag, okay, which is importing from the React Native package. Now the React Native is quite similar to your React or HTML CSS, just little bit of different tag. Instead of div tag inside the HTML, we use this view tag. Along with the styling is similar to what you are using in React, and the H tag or P tag is different than this text. Okay, so that's the only couple of few changes which I'm gonna tell you and teach you how to design all of this UI with using the React Native. Now in order to change this, if I change this and it will say subscribe to TubeGurji. So guys, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. As soon as you save this file, you will see on the right side it automatically update your app. You don't need to reload this again. React Native Expo also has a hot reload feature. So whenever you save any file, it automatically reflect on your device. Pretty cool, right? And that's how you successfully run the React Native application very first time. Now in order to add your own custom font inside your React Native app, you can do it very easily. First thing, simply go to the Google font, whichever font you want to use, you have to search that font. So in my case, I want to use this Montserrat font. Once you are okay with your font, you want to use it, simply click on this get font and then say download. Then it will download in the form of zip. Just unzip it, and then inside this static you will see a different font weight as well, whether you want a regular one or you have semi bold or you have a bold. So I will select these three, just copy it and then head back to your VS Code. Inside the assets folder, we'll create a new folder called fonts and then paste all of these three fonts as it is. After that, inside your index.tsx file. You can add it here as well, or you can simply add to this underscore layout.tsx file. Inside this, just mention constant font loaded is equal to use fonts. Now if it's not importing, then you import it manually. So we'll say use fonts from Expo font. Okay, so once you have this use font hook, inside this you can load the font which you want to use it. Now over here, if you see, we have different font. So here I will add app font. Now we'll say app font only, and then we'll say require, and then provide a path. So in our case, it is inside this assets folder /font/ the file name. So this is a regular one. So I will just copy that and then we'll paste it here. Okay. The next, if you want to use a bold font, so we'll say app font bold, then again use a require, and then provide a complete path, and then I will also copy this name as it is, so that we can paste it. So inside the assets, font, and then paste that font name and save it. After this, simply below that you can add a condition. If not font loaded, then you can show a loading indicator. Now showing a loading indicator inside your React Native application is quite easy. It has a component called activity indicator from the React Native, and that's how you can simply show that loading indicator. Now once you add that font, wherever you want to use it, you can simply apply it. For example, for this text you want to use this font, so I will add a style. Inside the style we'll say a font family, and then I will add app font and then save it. And on the right hand side you will see the font name is now changed to the font which you applied, and that's how easily you can update the font based on your condition. Now if you want a bold, just simply add app font bold, and now it's in bold font. Okay, but if you want to change this font anytime, simply make sure to add that ttf file inside your font and then simply update it. Now let's create a GitHub repo so that we can push all the changes to the GitHub at the end of every chapter, so that we can maintain our code on that particular chapter branch. Also, we are going to connect our GitHub repo with the Coderabbit.ai. Coderabbit is an AI code review platform where you can automatically review your code with the help of Coderabbit AI. Once you create the pull request from your branch, Coderabbit automatically start reviewing your code. It will suggest if there is any changes. It also note down all the documents for that particular changes which you make for that branch, and there are a lot of different features you will find with the Coderabbit. In order to get started, click the link in the description to get a free access to the Coderabbit. Then simply log in, and then once you jump on the Coderabbit dashboard, you will see an option to add your own repo. Also, you can access the dashboard with whatever the summary for your all the pull request which you made, and everything you will find on this Coderabbit dashboard. And there are a lot of other things. You can even integrate your repo with the MCP server to add your documentation, to do a lot of other things which you will find inside the Coderabbit dashboard. Now, first thing first, let's go to the GitHub account. You can even connect a GitLab as well. Then create a new repo, give the repo name. So over here we'll say business directory React Native app. Then you can change the visibility if you want, and then simply click create repo. Once you create the repo, set the remote origin. So I will go back to this VS Code. Inside this, first we'll initialize the Git, then we'll set the remote origin. Then inside the source control, make sure to stage all of this file, As you are pushing very first time, right, you don't need to create a separate branch. Simply add the changes inside this. So I will add just initial commit, then say commit, and then publish your branch. Now it will directly push to your main branch. Okay, now if I refresh this, you will see your code is now pushed to this repo. Okay, and here you will find a document how to run and everything. But now let's move to this Coderabbit. Over here I will click on this add repo, and then inside this GitHub you have to connect your repo. You can give even all access to this Coderabbit, or you can select that particular one. So I will just select this business directory React Native app which we just created, and then simply click save. Once you save it, it will show over here, see, and that's all. Now whenever you create a new branch and create a pull request from it, the Coderabbit automatically start reviewing your code inside your GitHub, and that's pretty cool. AI will give you all the things which you need to make your code much better. So from the next chapter, I will tell you how this Coderabbit actually works and what kind of output, how it review everything. I'm gonna show it to you. But for now, make sure you click the link in the description to get a free access to the Coderabbit, and then you connect your repo with the Coderabbit. Now, having a Coderabbit inside your project is like having a senior developer who is reviewing your code, similar to an IT companies. So same thing we are doing in this particular course as well. Now we are going to create an admin panel for this app, and we are going to use a Strapi CMS. Now we are going to set up a Strapi locally on your machine so that you can easily connect with your application as well. So let me show you why we need an admin panel. Now for your application, we need to manage the category. Then we also need to manage a business list where you can add the business, edit, make or delete it, or same thing you can do with this category as well. And even in order to update the sliders or banner inside your app, we need an admin panel. You cannot update these records every time by updating your application, and that's why we are going to use a Strapi CMS. Strapi is an open source Node.js based application, and it's completely free to use, and it provides a lot of different features, even an AI inside your Strapi. In many of the React Native project, I use this Strapi as a admin panel for the very web and mobile application as well. And it's very easy to set up on your local machine. At the end of this course, we are also going to deploy the Strapi on the cloud for a free with the help of the Strapi cloud. Everything you're gonna learn in this particular course. Once you learn how to set up a Strapi and how to use it, you can use it for your web or mobile application development as well. Now, simply click the link in the description so that you will get a free access to this Strapi. Then simply click get started. Inside this, you will find an option to how to create the project using the command line. Now, simply copy this npx create Strapi at latest command. Then go to your folder where you want to create this project. Open a terminal, add that folder. If you are using a command prompt, make sure to open a command prompt, and then simply paste this command. Now at latest will install the latest version of the Strapi, and then say yes to proceed. After that, it will ask you to enter the project name. So enter the project name. So here we'll say business directory admin. Then hit enter, and then it will ask some few questions. It asks, do you want to create a new account on Strapi? So we'll skip, and then we'll do it once we want to deploy this app. Then which database do you want to use it? The default database is SQLite, which is on your own machine. But in this case, we are not going to use SQLite. So we'll say no. Then you will get an 3 option. So the first is SQLite, then the PostgreSQL, and then MySQL. You can connect any of them. Now in order to get the free database, I'm going to use a PostgreSQL database. So hit enter, Give the database name. So in order to get this database information, right, simply head to this neon.com. Neon provide you a free Postgres SQL database. I will put the link in the description to get a complete free access. So make sure to click that link and then simply log into your app. Once you log in, create a new project, and inside the project you will find this neon dashboard. Okay, over here you have option to connect or create a new database. Then under the database, click on create new database, give the database name. So I will add business directory app. Simply click on create, and over here you will find an option like whether you want connection string or PSQL or you want the parameter only. Okay, now once you select this parameter only, that's what we needed. Now I will go back to this terminal, and then we need to give a database name. So over here you will find the database name, which is this PG database. So simply copy that and then paste it inside your terminal. Then the host name, that is already given, so you have to give this neon's host name as well. Then the port, so the port I think it's not given, so it means you can attach to any port, so just leave that as it is. The username, which is given over here, you will find the username as accounts, and then the password as well. So don't use mine, okay, because anyway I'm gonna change this, so make sure to use your own credentials. And then it asks, do you want to enable SSL connection? So we'll say yes to this, and then it will ask, do you want to start with a simple or example structure for the data? We'll say no, because we want everything to be clean. And start with the TypeScript, say yes, and install the dependency with npm, say yes to this one as well. So it automatically install all the dependency and packages for us. Initialize the Git repo, no for now, and no to this A/B testing. Then it will start creating the new application at that folder, and then it will install all the dependency which is required to run your Strapi admin panel. So we will wait to finish this. It will take less than a minute, and here you go, our application is now ready. Now either you can run your application directly from here as well, or simply I will suggest to open a new VS Code. So I will go to this file, click new window. Okay, directly don't open it, otherwise it will open inside your existing app. Then click open, and inside your projects, Strapi, and then business directory admin panel. Now you don't need to understand any of this file structure, okay, because we don't really care that right now. Just in order to run your project, you can find all the command inside your package.json. Over here you will find an option to build your Strapi project, or to deploy it, to run in development mode, or to start. Now you want to run in a development mode, so simply we'll add a command npm run dev. Okay, as I'm using sudo for the permission only, but in your case you don't need to do it. Just type npm run dev, and then it will start your Strapi inside the development mode. Once it started, it automatically open the Strapi locally. If not, then make sure to open that on the particular URL which is mentioned inside this console, and then you will see your application is now running. As it's open on my Safari, I want to open inside the Chrome. So let's copy that URL, the localhost 1337 and admin. Now first time you need to enter all of this detail, because it create a new Strapi account which is a super admin. It means you have all the access inside the Strapi. So I will add all the details, okay, and then simply click let's create or let's start, and boom, if you see, you are inside this Strapi admin now. Over here you will find all the details. Whenever you create a new entry or edit anything or publish, you will see all of that changes on this dashboard, your profile, your entries, and then all the project statics as well. On the left hand side you will see some options. The first, which is a content manager, where you actually create or add a new entry or new record inside your database. Then we have the media library where you can upload all the images, video, files, whichever you want. Then we have the content type builder, where you actually create a different content type. It means creating a table inside your database. Okay, now for example, if you want to create a user table, there is a one by default called user, but we'll keep that aside, and then we'll create a new table called user list, where we're going to save all the user information. Then we'll say continue, and then once you see the user list collection type is created, now you can add this field. Over here you will find this option which type of field you want to add. For example, you want a full name, so we'll say full name. Now you have option whether you want a short text or long text. Inside the advanced setting you will see whether you want to make this as a required field or unique field, maximum length, everything the option you can add it. Then after that I will add another field to save the user email. Now for the email I will add it as a required field, and then simply click finish, and you can make this as a unique as well. And once that is done, if you want to add more you can do that as well, and then simply click save. Once you save it, Strapi again restart your app automatically, so you don't need to do anything. And behind the scene it actually creating a new table for you. Okay, now once the user list is created, then you inside the content manager you have option to create a new entry, and then simply you can add your full name, email, and save it. But whenever user join our application very first time, then in that case we are going to add all of this detail, but for now we'll keep like that. Then another option you will find which is a deploy, where you can deploy the Strapi CMS on their cloud for a free. So that also we're gonna learn how to do it. Then the marketplace, Strapi come with very big marketplace, contain a different application, and soon I'm gonna tell you how to use that. And inside the setting you will find an option to create an API token. Then you have content history, the release, and there are a lot of different features you will find under this Strapi setting as well. You also have option to add a role and give the specific permission, so that if you have any big team which you want to give access to this Strapi admin, you can give it with the help of role like author, editor, or super admin, which you are the super admin right now. Okay, now as this is the first step to setting up the Strapi. Now another important thing we need to do is to set up this media. We want to connect our Strapi media to some cloud storage. Okay, currently if you add a new assets on your Strapi, you can easily add it. So for example, if you want to add this image, simply upload it, and it will get uploaded as well. See, but if I click on edit and copy this link, it is uploaded locally. See, okay, but we want to upload it on the actual storage, because once you deploy this application, it will not upload your all the assets file, because it's stored locally, right? So in order to connect your Strapi to the cloud image storage, we are going to use a free resource called Image Kit. Now in order to get the Image Kit for free, I will put the link in the description, make sure to click that. Then once you are on this Image Kit, simply create a new account. Image Kit provide you a storage for your images, as well as AI feature to transform and optimize your image. Simply create a new account if you don't have, and then once you are on this Image Kit dashboard, you will find a developer option where you will find this public key, private key, URL endpoint, everything. Okay, now first thing first, let's go to this Strapi. Then inside the marketplace, just search Image Kit. Now Strapi also connect to this Image Kit for the media storage. You will see this Strapi plugin for the Image Kit. Click more, and then inside this, just scroll on this documentation, and in order to install the Image Kit, simply copy this command. Then go back to your Strapi VS Code terminal. Okay, make sure you are in the Strapi VS Code terminal and then simply enter that. Now it will install the Strapi plugin image kit for you. Next thing, you can just build your project, okay, once that is finished. Okay, so I need to run with the sudo command, so I will just update this. Once this is done, I will stop and then I'm gonna build this project. Once you restart your application again, the next step is to add the credential inside your Strapi for the image kit. So in order to add it, simply go to your Strapi dashboard, go to the setting and just scroll down at the bottom. Here you will find an image kit plugin configuration. Click on it. Over here you need to add a public key, private key and the URL endpoint. So inside your image kit dashboard, you will find that. Simply scroll down and then you have option called developer option. Then over here you have public key already created, but if you want to create a new, you can simply create the new key as well. Then copy that key. Now I will copy this public key and I'm gonna paste this public key as it is. Then we'll copy the private key as well. We'll paste this private key and the image kit URL. So you will find this URL endpoint, simply copy that and paste it here. After that, you have option over here. Either you can deliver media using the image kit, okay, it will be the optimized image. Obviously you can make this too if you want, but make sure you have to enable the image kit upload. So I will turn this on as a true. Then you have all of this option. I will keep everything as it is. If you want to add it into a specific folder, you can mention it here and then at the end simply save this credential. Now if I head back to this documentation and scroll down, you can easily upload your media now. Okay, now if I go back to the Strapi backend, go to this media library and then I will add a new assets. So let's upload this file. And then once you upload, you can check whether the file uploaded on the Strapi URL or not. Currently, if you see, the thumbnail is not showing, but if I go to this edit and copy this link and open inside the browser, over here you will see it's actually uploaded to this image kit only. If I hit enter, it opened that image, but unfortunately it's not showing inside your Strapi. It is showing, but the image thumbnail is broken. Now in order to fix this thumbnail issue, inside the documentation, just scroll down and then you need to add this few line of code as it is inside your plugin.js. So simply copy everything as it is, go back to your Strapi admin project. Over here you will find an option called config. Inside that you will find a plugin.ts and then simply paste the code or replace the code and then save it. After that, if you scroll down, you also need to add that inside your you need to add this code inside your middleware.js. So again copy that. Now make sure you just need to add it inside the Strapi security. Okay, so I will copy that everything as it is. Then we'll head back to the VS Code, search for the middleware.ts and for the security only. So in just select this and then click paste. Remove this and give the comma and then I think I copied a little bit wrong, so I head back. We just need this one. Let me see. So we actually need this one only. Okay, you don't need to copy the module export back because it's already exporting. So now I will select this and paste it here. So make sure inside the curly braces we have the name and config and then save it. Now once you save, then you can easily see the thumbnail as well. If I refresh this, it's still not showing. So to fix this, simply stop your project and then run that again. Okay, so sometimes it need to run again. Okay, so make sure to add that or make sure to run your project. Once the media library is connected, you are all set up. Now, you don't need to even create any API endpoint for your project because Strapi is automatically creating the endpoint for us. Whenever you create a new content, it will create a new endpoint. From that, you can easily manage access your data inside your project, which we will learn in upcoming chapters. But if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. In this chapter, we are going to add a welcome screen, an option to sign in and a skip button. So these are the just a UI that we are going to add in this chapter, and at the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub so that Coderabbit will review our code. So I already have created this mockup and this is how it look like, where at the top we are going to add this business store illustration, then the text and the section where you can easily sign in with Google and skip button. Now the sign in with Google functionality will add in the authentication chapter, which will be the next chapter. The skip will just skip the sign in and then it automatically jump to the home screen. So let's go back to our application inside the VS Code and make sure to open the emulator as well side by side. Now we have this index.tsx file, okay, and this is the act like a home screen for us. Now simply, so I'm gonna remove all of this style and this text as well and then save it. Now we're gonna keep all the colors in a color file so that every time you don't need to add the hex color, okay. So inside this root directory, we'll create a new folder called services, and inside this services folder we'll create colors.tsx file. Inside this we'll say export default and then we're gonna add a color code. Now primary color will be the color for our application, and then over here I will add the hex code for that and make sure it's a string and then save it. So whenever you want to add a new color, make sure to add it inside the color.tsx file. So from the next time you can just refer with the colors.primary, okay. Now first thing for this view, I'm gonna add a style and then inside the style we'll say a background color, and now you can simply refer colors from the service/color file dot primary, see, and then save it. Right now it's not reflecting, that's because we don't have any content over here. For example, if write text and if say hi inside that and make sure to import this text as well from the React Native and then save it, you will see that color. But inside this style you can give the height as 100%, so it will fill the complete area, even though if you don't have any text, that's completely fine. Now inside the React Native you have two ways to define this styling. One is the inline styling, the way which we define over here inside the tag only, or one is the external styling which you can define externally, okay. I will show you how it actually works. For example, if I type rn style, okay, obviously I'm getting this suggestion. If I click enter, it will give me this style sheet instance created. Now make sure to import this style sheet from the React Native and then you can define over here. So we'll say for example container as a class name, and inside that I added this both the style, right, and then save it. Now over here you just need to define styles, and inside the style you can say styles dot container and then save it, and boom, and that's how you can do the external styling, which help us to make your code more cleaner when you define the style externally and when you want to reuse that style at multiple places, means inside the same component. So that time make sure to use the external styling. Now the way that I added this styling, that's because I added one VS Code extension called React Redux Snippet tool. So make sure to install this, okay, which help us to add a default template very quickly. So that's the reason you have to install that VS Code extension. Now next thing, we'll add an image. So in order to add image, make sure to import this image tag from the React Native. Then you have to write source, and inside the source we'll say require. Okay, now inside the require, either obviously inside the when you are using this require, you have to provide the image from your local assets folder. So inside the assets, I already have image called welcome.png, okay, which is similar to our mockup. So obviously I'm going to share this all the assets with you, whichever assets we are using inside this project. Now over here we'll say slash dot slash assets slash images slash welcome dot png. Now once you save that, obviously we are getting this error because inside the image you cannot use source. This need to be and source, something like this, okay, not just src. It's supposed to be a complete source, and then save it. Now here you can just click reload, and then you will see that image currently is quite big, so we'll add some style. Here we'll say width to, let's say 70, height let's say 70, and then once it is done you can just update it. So in this case I will say width 100% and height let's say 200. Okay, I think let's give little bit bigger. Perfect. Now we also want to give margin top, so we'll say margin top to 30 or 80. Perfect. Now after this I will add a view, and inside this view, before the view actually we want to add a text. So we'll add a text over here and we'll say welcome to. Now make sure to import this text from the React Native, and we want to add another text which say business directory. Now in order to apply the style, I'm going to apply external styling. So here we'll say heading, and then we'll change the font family to, let's say, F font, bold. Then we'll add a font size, let's say 30, and then this heading tag or heading style class name you can simply apply to this. So we'll say styles dot heading, and this is how it look like, see. And same thing I'm going to apply over here as well. Now over here we'll add a color, and we want to add a white color, so I'm going to add a white color inside the color.tsx, so that you don't need to define that hex color every time, and you can just define colors.white. Okay, now let's bring everything in the center of the screen. So for this text we'll say text align in the center, and now it will be in the center. Also you can give margin bottom to, let's say 25, and that's all. Now inside this view I will add a style, then we'll add some padding, then we'll add a background color to colors.white, and also we'll give margin to 20. Then I also want to give a border radius to, let's say 20. So if you see, it's changed that border, right, and it's made the rounded. Now inside this text we'll add a text called discover 1000 of local business all in one place. Now for this one I'm going to add a style. We'll change the font family to F font, then we're going to change the font size as well, and then text align in the center. Perfect, and then save it. After that we'll just add two button. So we'll say, instead of using the button tag, you're gonna use a view tag, and inside the view you can add a text tag saying sign in with Google. Okay, now for this view I will add a style. So you can use the button as a class, and here we'll say border width to 1, then border radius to let's say 99 because I want complete curve, and I think let's apply. So here we'll say style dot button. Also over here we'll add a padding. So let's say padding to 2, and this is how it look like, but for this text we'll add some style. So we'll say font family as a font, then font size to let's say 20 or make it 18, little bit smaller, and we want in the center, but over here we can give more padding or make say 15. Okay, and then margin top to let's say 15. Now let's make in the center of the screen. So for this text we'll say text align in the center, and that's all, and that's how our sign in with Google button is ready. Same thing, you can just copy it and paste it for the skip button. So over here we'll say skip, but I want to change the background color, so we'll say background color will be the color dot primary, and it will change to the primary color, but make sure we want to give it to this view. Okay, so now if you already applied the style, right, which is obviously sharing for the sign in with Google button and the skip button, you can even apply separate styling along with your existing class name. So simply you have to wrap this, and then you can add a style. So over here we'll say background color to colors dot primary, and then save it. And now if you see, it's applied to everything. Over here along with that you can change a border color to colors dot primary, and then I'm gonna change the text color. So over here we say text, just add a color property colors dot white, and that's how our home screen is now ready. Now for the sign in with Google, you can add an icon as well. So simply head to the flat icon where you will get a free icon, search the icon which you are looking for. Once you are happy with any of this icon, simply either you can download this, okay, or you can just copy, left click it or right click it and just copy that as well. Okay, so I will just copy this inside our assets folder. Under the images folder we'll add, I will just rename this to Google, and then inside the index.tsx we'll add it. Okay, so just before this I will say image tag, inside this we'll add a source, then require, and then we'll say slash assets slash images slash google.png, and then you need to give width and height for this. So over here we'll add a style, we'll say width to let's say 40, height to let's say 40, and let's say how it looks. I think it's quite bigger, let's make it 20 and 20. Okay, now after adding this image, simply in order to bring everything in the center, you can wrap this inside the square braces, and then you can add a display as flex, and then make sure to give the flex direction as a row because we want horizontally. After this, add justify content in the center. Okay, now in order to align it properly, add the align items in the center, and then give gap to let's say 3. Perfect, and that's how our sign in with Google is now ready. How simple it is, right? So that's how you have to add it. Now in order to remove this top bar, right, the header, you can even remove that as well. Simply in order to remove, first we'll define the navigation is equal to use navigation from the Expo router, and then we're going to use our use effect. So whenever this page loads, this use effect will get execute, and inside this use effect we'll say navigation dot set options, and inside the set option we'll say header shown as false, and then save it, and boom, if you see the header is now gone. You can just move this or give some margin top to this container, or not container, but you can even add it to this one only. So over here we'll say margin top to 130, and then all the content will be looks good. So that's all. Now it's time to push our code to the GitHub. So in order to push your code to the GitHub, we're gonna create a new branch, okay, and based on that we're gonna push it. So inside this source control, we click on create branch, and we give a chapter number, which is 4th chapter, and here we'll say welcome screen UI. Hit enter, then stage all of these changes and then give the commit message. So over here we'll say welcome screen UI implemented, and then say commit. Once you commit, make sure to publish your branch and then simply head to your GitHub repo, and inside this GitHub repo, this one, you will find an option to create the pull request. Whenever you publish a branch, it automatically gives you that option. Otherwise, you can go to the pull request and there as well you will find it. Simply click create pull request. And once you've created the pull request, you will enable this merge pull request option as well. But we want to wait in order to review the Coderabbit. Now if you see, the Coderabbit is started reviewing your code. So we will wait to finish this review. And if you see, Coderabbit added the comment along with the summary, what are the new feature you added, what are the styling you added in this particular changes. Then it also have added a comment on your code, whether that is correct or not, what is the potential issue. If it's minor, you can just ignore it. If it's a major, make sure to fix that as well, and everything you will see. Now make sure that if there is any big mistake, make sure to fix that, and then once you are happy with your changes, simply merge your pull request. And that's how Coderabbit is quite helpful in order to review your code. In this chapter, we are going to add a Google Authentication. With the help of Clerk, we are going to add this authentication service, and once user is successfully authenticated in our app, then we are going to save user information to the Strapi admin panel. And then at the end, we are going to push our code so that Coderabbit will review. There are two things that we are going to see in this chapter: adding authentication with the help of Clerk, and then saving your data or user information to the Strapi backend. So let's go back to our app, and inside this, make sure your app is running. Now on the click of this sign in with Google button, we need to make sure to call the Clerk authentication for the Google sign in. So simply click the link in the description to get a free Clerk access. Now Clerk is one of the best authentication service provider in the market. The most important, it's free to use and very easy to integrate. Clerk also provide a multi-factor authentication, session management, magic link authentication, and number of social sign-on options as well. Clerk also introduced a billing feature where in just one line of code you can add a subscription pricing feature into your app. So once you are on the dashboard, then make sure to create a new account, and I will create a new application over here. Inside this, give the application name. So we can just say business directory mobile app. Then simply click create application. As we are using Google, make sure to enable this Google sign in option. After creating, make sure to select this Expo. Now you have few steps that we need to follow in order to integrate this Clerk Expo into our app. Very first thing, you need to install this Clerk Expo. So inside your VS Code, I will add a new terminal and simply install this command. If you are getting error while installing, you can install with this legacy dependency, because there might be a package version mismatch. So it's always good. You can also install the dependencies based on the current SDK. Then inside your .env file, you need to add this Expo public key. So I will copy that key, and then inside your .env file you can add it. If it's not there, make sure to create a .env file inside the root directory and simply paste your key. After that, inside your underscore layout.tsx, you need to wrap your application. So inside your root layout, so I will go to this app where we have this underscore layout. Let's wrap inside the curly braces, and then we'll add this clerk provider. Now you have to import that clerk provider from the Clerk Expo. So copy this statement and then simply paste it here and then save it. Next thing, you need to add this Expo source store to save the token cache. So you need to install that as well. So over here again, you need to install with this legacy dependency. Okay, so I will just copy this legacy dependency and then we'll paste. Once that is done, you can just scroll down, and over here you can create a sign in sign up page if you want to go with the email and password authentication. But in this case we are going to implement a Gmail authentication. So simply click the link in the description for the specific documentation, and over here you can implement a Google sign in. Okay, so this is the page where you can find all the docs for the adding a Clerk Gmail authentication. Now very first thing, let's import all of this import statement at the top of the index.tsx file, because that's where we have our button. So I will just paste it here. Whichever are a duplicate, just remove that. Okay, and in our case, if you see this Expo auth session is not installed, so make sure to install that. So just search Expo auth session, you will find this npm package, copy that as it is, and then while installing it you need to add -- then force. Okay, you can install with the force command as well. After this I will go back and make sure now all the input statement are correct. Make sure you don't have any error on this index.tsx file, and then next step is from our documentation you need to add this use warmup browser. So we'll copy that as it is and simply paste it here. Then make sure to import this platform. Then you need to import this web browser as well. So we already have this import statement which I will copy and will paste it here. Next, after this we need to add this web browser to handle the pending authentication session. So over here I will add that. Then you have to call this use warmup browser, so that also will add inside the index.tsx file, and then this use SSO method. Now make sure to import this use SSO from the Clerk Expo. After this, this is the on-press event which actually making a Google authentication call. So simply copy that as it is, and then inside our function I will paste it here after the use effect. Now you need to import this use callback, then auth session. If it's not importing, now make sure you will import this import statement. I believe we added, but yeah, make sure to add that, and then the router. Now for the router you have to define that. So we'll say router is equal to use router. Now this use router basically used to jump from one page to other. Okay, so that's the reason we need this router. We don't have this particular endpoint yet, so I will just put it as a slash. Okay, now over here we'll navigate to home screen once user is successfully signed in. Okay, and then over here as well I think we need to navigate it and then save it. Now on the click of our Google sign in button, we need to simply open the sign in option, right? So if you scroll down little bit, just find this sign in with Google button, and for this button we need to add on click method. Now for this view you don't have the on click method, instead you need to replace that with a touchable opacity, and make sure to end the tag as well. And then inside the touchable opacity, now you can add on press event and then simply call this on press method and save it. Now once you add this on press event, on the click of this, it will call this on press logic. Okay, so let's click on this sign in with Google option, and boom, if you see, it's open the Gmail account option. Obviously you can select your account, and then once you select the account, it will redirect it to this home screen, because that's what we return. Pretty easy and straightforward. And if the authentication is not work, that's the reason we added this skip button if it's not work for you. But in most of the cases with the new Clerk version and SDK, it definitely work for you. And that's how easily you can add it. Now you can even see all the user information. In order to access the user data, you can simply get the user data using the use user hook. Make sure to import that use user from the Clerk Expo, and then you can just print this out so that you can see whether the user is login or not, or all the user information. Okay, now for example, if I reload this app, just inside your VS Code console type R, and then it will reload your application. And once it reload, you can simply log in, and then once you log in and save the password, obviously it will save it, and next time it will not ask you to log in. And after that you will see the user information. Okay, it just print this out, see all of this info, and that's how you have to add the authentication inside your app. Now here is a quick update. If for somehow the Clerk sign in with Google does not work, in that case, let's go to this app.json, and inside this app.json, make sure to add this schema. Okay, you can give any name. Most of the time the schema field will be there. Once you add this schema name, just copy that, go to your index.tsx, and then add this redirect URL is equal to auth session make redirect URI, and inside that you need to provide the schema. Okay, paste the same schema which you copied, and then say path to callback. This redirect URL you have to pass inside this start SSL flow. Okay, like redirect URL. So this is the major change, or you need to add it if the Clerk authentication does not work for you. Once you add, it will work for you, and just click on sign in with Google and it will redirect you to the sign in screen. As simple as that. Now in order to save the user information, first we need to enable the API. So simply go to the Strapi backend, go to the setting, and then click on API token. Inside this API token, you can create a brand new API token. So I will click on this create new API token, give the API name. So we'll say dev environment, duration, let's keep unlimited, and you have token type, so we'll say full access. You can customize that access as well, and then you will find for the user list you can give the full access, and there are many others. Simply click save, and then you will get this API key. Make sure to copy this API key as soon as you get it, and then once you copy inside your .env file, simply paste it here. So over here we'll say expo underscore public, and we'll say Strapi API key, and then paste this key which you copied, because we need that one. Now next thing, let's go to the services folder, and inside the services folder we'll create a new file called global API.tsx. Inside this we're going to define our API endpoint or API Axios client. Now if you don't know what is Axios, Axios is a HTTP client to make an API request. So simply you need to install this Axios. So inside the VS Code we'll say npm I Axios, and then once it is installed you can simply import it from Axios. Then let's define Axios client. So we'll say constant Axios client is equal to axios dot create, and then inside this we'll say a base URL. Now base URL obviously you can give this one, okay, so let's copy as it is. After this obviously over here we'll say slash API, then you can add a header, and inside this header provide a content type. So content type will be the application slash JSON, and the most important, you need to provide an authorization. For the authorization we'll use a bearer token, so we'll say bearer, and then inside the dollar sign we'll say process dot environment dot our key name, which is Expo public Strapi API key. Make sure it's Expo, so don't mistake in spelling, and then paste it here and save it. And that's how our Axios client is ready. And make sure you are exporting this Axios client. Also remember that you are running two different applications, so instead of using this localhost inside the React Native will not work. So instead of that one, you can simply add the IP config or IP address of your network. So simply inside your any terminal, in my case is I need to run np config and this particular command to get this IP address. But if you are using a Windows, simply run ipconfig inside your terminal or command prompt and then simply paste it here. Don't forget to remove admin from here and just replace this with an API, okay, and then save it. Obviously keep this the port number because you are running locally, but once you deploy your application you can replace this with the actual URL. Now next thing, let's go to the index.tsx, and inside this we're going to create a new method called constant create new user and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add try catch block, and if there are duplicate record, means the email already exists, then it will come to this catch block. Otherwise we can simply add constant result is equal to await Axios client, make sure you are importing from this global API dot post, and then we'll say user list, okay. And inside this, when you are saving the data into the Strapi, you have to add that inside the data field, and then you can add your value. So first we'll save full name. Now you can get the full name using the user dot full name, and then email using the user dot primary email address dot email address. Now remember inside the user list, whatever the field name you gave, right, same field name should match with this field which we are adding, right. Now this create new user you need to call, I will mark this as async, and inside the use effect we'll create a new use effect. Whenever the user information is available, then only we want to call this create new user method, something like this, okay. And over here you can even print the result, so we'll say result dot data, which will show you the inserted record, and then save it. Once you save, inside the console you will see that you got the data and which is inserted, perfect. And now if you go to the Strapi, refresh this screen, go to the user list, and you will see the new record is inserted just now, perfect. If you open this, you will see that full name and email inside that particular field, and that's how you need to save the user information. Later on in your application you can get this user information by using this user hook, but if you want to handle your own user information from your database, then you can simply use the get operation. That's how easily you can authenticate your inside your application and save the user information. Now the next part is we need to push our code. So inside the source control I'm gonna create a new branch, and inside this branch we'll say 5th chapter authentication. Hit enter, give the commit message, authentication and save user. Make sure to stage all of these changes first, then commit the changes, and then once branch is published, simply you can go to your GitHub repo. Here you will get an option to create a pull request. Create the pull request. It means what are the changes you created. Now Coderabbit will review that changes. If there is any issue, any fix that you need to make sure to add that and then push your code again. Now in this chapter we are going to add a tab navigation. So we create a 4 different screen for the 4 tabs, and then once the tab navigation is ready, we'll learn how we can redirect user after sign in to the tab navigation to the home screen automatically, and then at the end we're going to push our code. So this is how our tab navigation will look like, where we have home screen, search bar, the favorite section and the profile section as well. So let's go back to VS Code, and then inside the app folder we're gonna create a new folder called tabs. Okay, now we are grouping all the tabs inside this tab folder, and then inside this again we'll create underscore layout.tsx, which is a tab layout which will hold the tab layout section. Okay, now inside this we'll add a default template. Just type RNF, which stand for React Native Functional Component, hit enter, and then it will automatically add this default template for us. Now just rename this template, so we'll say tab layout and then save it. Now inside this tab layout we need to create a 4 different screens. So we'll create home.tsx file, add a default template for this, save it, then explore.tsx file, again add a default template, then we'll create a favorite.tsx, add a default template, and then last we'll create profile.tsx and add default template and save each of these file. Once you save it, let's go to this underscore layout.tsx file, and inside this, in order to add a tab, you need to add a tabs from the Expo router. Okay, and then inside this tab you need to add whichever the screen you want to attach. So we'll say tabs.screen, then give the name. So whatever the file name you gave, same name you have to give to this name field. So in this case I give home. Now I will just paste it because we want a 4 times. This one will be the explore, this will be the favorite, and then this is a profile, and then save it, and that's how your tab navigation is now ready. Okay, now head to this index.tsx file, and as soon as users save the data you can navigate it. So we'll say router dot push slash tab and home. You will get the suggestion as well, and same thing you can do it inside this on press event. Whenever you created the or you sign in successfully, that time as well you can create. But another important thing, whenever you jump onto this particular page you will get the user information, and as soon as you get the user information make sure to redirect it. Okay, maybe inside the console you can simply redirect user over here, because even though if there are multiple user you're trying to save, right, you will get the error, and then you can simply redirect that as well. And if you see, it's redirect it to this home screen. Perfect. Now on this home screen, this is actually a tab navigation where we have home screen for that, and then we have the home, explore, favorite and profile. Now you are getting this back button, that's because you push the route, right? You are jumping from one to other. But if you change this push to the replace, then it will not go to the previous page. Now right now if I go to this previous, and then it will jump to the home screen without a back button. Now next thing, we don't want this top navigation bar, you can simply remove that. Now first, in order to remove for this tab, to remove this tab header, you can go to the underscore layout.tsx file. Oh sorry, inside the tab layout underscore layout file, and inside this we'll define a navigation is equal to use navigation from the Expo router, and then inside the use effect you can simply add navigation dot set options, and inside this set option you can say header shown as false. And once that is done, if you see, now we don't have that tab navigation header. But you can also remove it for the home screen and all the tabs as well. It's totally up to you. You can remove it everything at once, or you can remove for each of the component one by one. Now in order to remove all at once for this tabs component, you can add an option screen option as a field, and inside this you can say header shown as a false. So once you define it over here, all the header for each of the screen will gone, and if you see, it's gone. Okay, so that's how you can do it, or you can simply set it for each of the screen as well. It's totally up to you. Now the next part we need to update is the icon for this tab. Currently we don't have the icon. So in order to add it for this each of the tab screen, you have option, and inside the options, let me undo this, and then we can add tab bar icon. Okay, inside this tab bar icon you can add a different props, for example color, size, okay, and the arrow function, and inside this whichever icon you want to use you can simply define it. Now in order to use an icon, I have one library called Expo icons. Now just go to this icon.expo.fyi. okay, on there you will find a bunch of different icons. Now for example, if you want to search home icon, you will find the home icon from the Font Awesome, home icon from the Font Awesome 5, and there are many others. See, now you can even filter this out. For example, if you want to use these any icons, so you can use that one as well. Simply click on it, then you have to copy this render component as it is, then you can directly paste it over here. Now make sure to import this any icon first, so copy that, and then at the top you can paste it. Then for the size you can provide the size which is the default size from the application, and for color as well, instead of black I will provide whatever the color is there, and then save it. Now you will see for the tab, now we have the home icon. Perfect. Also I'm going to add a primary color for the active one. So here we have the tab bar active tint color, and there we'll provide a colors dot primary, and then you will see it changed to a primary color whenever the tab is active. Same thing you have to do it for all other tabs. So I will copy that option for each of these tab, and then simply save it, and then you will see the tab icon is now changed for each of them. We are getting this error because in some page, maybe in Explorer, if you see we use this div, obviously we need to use a React Native function. So that's the reason we got this error. I think all other are okay. Now again, if I go back over here, let's update this icon. Now I will go back to this icon. Let's search for the icon called search from the INU icon. You just need to replace the text now. So instead of home, I will use the search. Then I will use another icon for favorite. So I will say heart icon. And then we have profile. For profile, let's find the better icon. So here we'll say user, or we'll say people. Let's use this icon. Perfect. And then save it. Now over here you will see each of the tab pages, now we have the dedicated icon, and when you select that you will see that page is also getting updated. Pretty cool, right? And that's how easily you can update and add a tab navigation inside your React Native app. If you have any question while implementing the tab navigation, definitely reach out to me on my Discord channel, or you can just comment out in the comment section as well. Next, let's push our code to the GitHub so that Coderabbit will review. So first I will create a new branch, and here we'll say tab navigation. Then we'll stage all of these 10 changes and we'll add a commit message. Simply click commit, publish your branch, and then I will create a pull request. Make sure to wait for the Coderabbit to review your code so that you can fix the changes. And at the end, don't forget to merge your pull request to the main branch. Now in this chapter, we are going to implement the home screen. On that, we are going to add header section, the slider section, then we are going to display the category list, and at the end, we will push our code to the Github so that Coderabbit will review our code. Now this is how our UI will look like. Where at the top we have this header section. Now complete page we are going to divide into a small component. So at the top we have the header section, then we have the slider section and category section. So in this chapter we are going to implement these three components, and then we're going to jump on the business listing, which is the main functionality. Now whenever category click, obviously we need to show the business under that. Now everything like slider or category or even business, everything we are handling from the Strapi CMS, where you can add as much category you want. You can update that category from the admin panel without updating your app. So let's go back to our application, and inside this we have the home page, right? And inside the home page we need to add all of these sections. So first it will be the header, then the slider. After that we need to add a category section, then popular business section, and then save it. Perfect. Now let's implement the header section. Now as I say that we need to divide all of the screen into a small components. So outside of this or inside the root directory, we'll create a new folder called components, and all the components for each of the screen we will keep inside this component folder. Now for example, for a home screen, so we'll say home screen, and for inside the home screen we'll create header.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and now once we add this header inside the home, we'll implement this header component. And then save it. Once you implement, you will see that text is appearing at the top. Now for this particular view, I will add a style, and then I'm gonna add some padding top. Okay, so we'll say padding top to 25, and then we are also going to add padding to 20. Then let's go to the header, and as per the mockup we want to show the user profile icon. So first I will add a view, then inside this we'll create an image tag, and then source. Now we want to show an image from the URL, right, and not from our local assets folder. So in that case we have to add another curly braces, then URI, and then you need to pass the URL of the profile. So in order to get the user information, you can use the use user hook. Okay, and then simply you can say user dot image URL. Over here you need to provide width and height, so we'll say a width of 50 and then height to 50, and then save it, and you will see the user profile image. Then we'll also add a border radius to 99 and then save it. After that we'll add a view. Inside this view we'll add a text called welcome, and obviously make sure you are importing this text from the React Native, and then we'll add another text with the username. So here we'll say hello, or just we'll say welcome, comma, and inside this text we'll add a user full name. Now it's up to you whether you want to show a full name or just let's say first name as well. Okay, so either of thing you can show it. Now let's add styling for this. So I will define an external styling. So we'll say rn style. Make sure to import this style sheet from the React Native, and then we'll add H1 or we can say heading. We'll add a font size, let's say 20, and let's attach to this welcome. So we'll say style dot heading. Same thing I'm gonna apply for this first name as well and then save it. Now we'll also add a font family as app font. Now after that we need to bring everything in one line. So for this particular view I will add a style, and then inside the style we'll add a display as a flex, and then we'll say flex direction as a row. Then we'll also add align item in the center and then gap to let's say 5 or let's say 10. Then after this we have the text called welcome and the name. For the first name you can add an extra styling. So inside the curly braces you can just change a font family to let's say app font bold. Okay, so I'm just making that bold. On the right hand side you can add the notification bell icon, so which you can get it. So simply go to the flat icon where you will get a free icons. Okay, I will put the link in the description as well. So for this one you can choose whichever you like. So for example I like this one. You can download it or just do the copy as image. Then inside your assets folder under the image simply paste this. Make sure to rename that, so we'll say bell, and then inside the header you can use it. So over here outside of this div we'll add an image tag with a source, and then obviously we are fetching it from the local, so we'll say require and then give the path. So it is inside the assets slash images slash bell.png, and then we have to provide a proper width. So we'll say width to let's say 40 and height to 40. So it's too big actually, so let's make it 20, and then we need to bring everything in one line. So I will just wrap everything again in another view, something like this. Okay, and then for this view we'll add a style. We'll mark it as a, or let's add display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and then let's say justify content space between, so it will be on the right side. Obviously the size is too big. Let's change this width and height. So basically you need to add this inside the style. So we'll say width to let's say 20, height to 20. I think this is too small, make it a little bit larger. I think I will go with the 35. Perfect. And then for this one as well I'm going to align the item to be in the center. Perfect. So that's how the half of the header part is ready, because we also want to add the search bar. Now in order to add a search bar in React Native you can add it with the help of input text. So it has a method, or it's called a text input basically. So use this text input from the React Native, then to this text input add a placeholder, so let's say search, right? And then you will see that input. Now if I click on that it will open the keyboard. Obviously the emulator is little bit slow, but it's, you will see that keyboard and obviously you can able to type it. Okay, but right now we can just add some styling to this text input. So basically I will say style, then we'll add a padding to let's say 10 or let's say make it 15. Then we'll also add a font size to 20. Then I want to add a background color. We'll say colors dot white, and then we'll add a border radius to let's say 99. After that we'll also add a padding horizontal to let's say 20, and then we want to give margin top to 15. Perfect. And that's how our search bar is also ready. If you want to add an icon you can add icon for this search as well. Now if I go back to our mockup design, you will see on background side we have this color, right? And that also we can add it. So let's go back to our home.tsx, and just about the header I'm going to add a view. Now to this view we'll add a style, and inside the style we'll add a height to, let's say, 400. Then we'll give a width to, let's say, 100%, and then we'll add a background color to our primary. Okay, and this is how it look like, but we can add a position will be absolute, and then save it. Now for this width you can make this 200, okay, and then simply save it. So you will see that half of the area is covered by this background. Perfect. Now just inside the header, for the text I'm gonna change the color to colors dot white, something like this, and our header section is now ready. Now let's move to the slider section. So we'll create a new component under this home screen, under the component folder, and we can call it as a sliders.tsx. Let's add a default template, and then this slider component you need to add inside your home.tsx file as a slider, and then save it. Now once the slider is showing, obviously let's go to the slider component, and inside this we need to fetch slider from admin panel, right? So that later on if you want to change these sliders or offers, you can easily change it. So let's go to this Strapi backend. If sometimes Strapi stop the localhost, so make sure to run it again, and make sure every time you are running in a development mode. Now first we need to create a content for it. Okay, so we'll create a collection type called sliders. So here we'll say sliders, then click continue. This need to be a slider only, so that it automatically take the ruler, and then say continue. Inside this you need to add a new field. We'll say name of the slider, and another field will be the URL. So either you can add a media, and in this will be a single media, right? And here we'll say image, and simply say finish. If you want to add more field, you can add that one. Once that is done, let's save it. Now simply go to the content manager, and here you will find a slider collection type. Now you can simply add or create a new entry. Here we'll say slider 1, add an image. So over here you can simply add a new image to the media. So for example, let's add this image as a banner and then upload it. Same thing you can do it for the other. So once you click finish, make sure to publish it, and then we'll add another one. So inside the content manager we'll create another entry called slider 2, upload the image, and then save it. Perfect, right? And that's how you can upload the or create the record. Now once this slider is ready, simply go to the settings, go to the API token where we have already this API token. Over here you will find a new endpoint called slider, and here in order to get the slider information you will find this find API endpoint, and in order to get the slider you just need to make a GET request to this endpoint. So let's go back to our app, and under the slider we will create a new method called constant get sliders, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios, here we actually need Axios client dot get, because this is simply a GET request slash sliders. Okay, so this is the endpoint which we need to use. After this, as we are using await, mark this as a async, and then first we'll just console the result. So we'll say result dot data. Now this get slider we need to call as soon as this component load. So inside the use effect we need to call this method only once, like this, and save it. Now if I go over here you will find the slider. But currently, if you observe carefully, it don't have any image URL, right? Now, when you want to fetch a media file, you also need to add one parameter called populate is equal to star, okay, which will actually populate all the images. And now if you see, we have this image field as well. So everything you will find on the Strapi documentation. They have very good documentation and very big community which can help you if you stuck anywhere. Now let's save this in a one state. So we'll define one state called sliders, comma set sliders is equal to use state. Now this slider we need to give the type. So we'll say type sliders, and inside that we need to add, so we'll say name is of type string, and then image. For now I will provide a type any because we don't know the exact all the fields in that, right? And then inside the type we'll provide a sliders as a type. I will say slider type, and it's a list, so provide it as a list, and initially it will be empty. Now we'll simply set the result dot data and then save it. Now once you have this slider list, you can just show it. Now inside the React Native we have very popular and powerful component called Flatlist. Now this Flatlist you can import it from the React Native, okay. Now inside the Flatlist you need to provide a few property. The first, the data, what data you want to show it. So in our case it's a sliders. Then we need to render the item. So inside that we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll create a view, and inside the view we'll add an image. Now we'll say source, and inside the source obviously we need to show an image from the URL, right? So we'll say item dot image, and then actually we need to first print it out how the result will look like. So basically here we'll say JSON dot stringify and then save it, and then you will see the complete result. Now if you observe carefully, right, either you can copy this result as it is inside the new tab, or sorry, inside the new page, just type Ctrl N, paste the result, and then format this document. Once you format, you will find the result, okay. Now obviously this is the one which you want, not the top one. Now inside the data we have the image, and obviously again it's object. So basically let me delete this one. So inside the data we have the list, and then we have the image, and inside the image, in order to get the URL, you have this URL field as well, okay. So basically in order to access, you need to access something like this, okay. So result dot data, and then inside the image you can get the URL of type string, as simple as that, and then save it. Now simply uncomment this because we know. So we'll say item dot image. So over here actually we need to add a URI first, and then we'll say image dot item dot image dot URL. Then inside the style you can provide a width. Okay, over here we'll add a style with a width, let's say 100%, and then height will be 200, and then save it, and then you will see that image. Now this image obviously we want to act like a slider where you can slide it, right? Currently it's showing one below each other. So for this flat list you can mark the horizontal as true. Once you mark this horizontal as a true, now it will be horizontally, okay, and then make sure to change this to, let's say, 300, and save it. And for this view, you can add key as an index. Now in order to calculate the width of this particular screen, we have option called dimension.get, then add a screen dot width, and then here I will just multiply it by 0.9 and save it. So automatically you will see that, and you can even scroll it as well. Now let's add some styling to this. For first thing, for this view I will add a style. I will add a margin top to, let's say, 20. Then for these images I'm gonna add a border radius to, let's say, 20, or we can make it 35, or 35 is too much, make it 20 only. So if I make this 20, this is much better. And then I'm gonna give a margin right to 15, so some space. So if I scroll this, you can easily see, right? Also we don't want this bottom scroll bar, right? Now you can even hide that scroll bar as well. So for this flat list, you can just say scroll bar, or we'll say horizontal, show horizontal scroll bar indicator is equal to false. And now if you try to scroll it, you will not see that scroll bar, but you can easily scroll. Now one more thing we need to add to this slider is when you scroll it, right, it scrolls something like this, see, right? I can see the half of the slider, half of this, but we don't want like that. It's supposed to be a complete slide. So to this flat list, just add a property called paging enable, and once you add that, now you will see the magic. So even though if I scroll this much, it automatically jump to the first, otherwise second, and then you will see the complete slider over there. As simple as that. Okay, so that's how you can add the slider. Here I'm gonna make this height for this background green color to 300. Okay, perfect. Let's implement the category section. So first we'll create a new component for the category. So under this component folder, inside this home screen, we'll say category.tsx. Let's add a default template and let's import that inside the home.tsx file. Now let's go to the category, and first thing we need to fetch all the category list, but for that one we need to create a new collection inside this Strapi called category. So go to the content type builder, let's create a new collection type called category, and then let's say continue. Now inside this, let's add a new field. First we'll add a text called category name. Then we also want to add whether that category is a premium or not, or a feature or not, right? It means we want to show on the home screen. So here we'll say premium, then we'll add a media with a single media, and we'll say image, or we'll say icon, and then simply say finish. So for now, three of these fields are fine. Then simply save this one. It will update your database behind the scene. Now once it's ready, let's go to the content manager and let's start adding the category. So we'll say create new category. Here we'll say coffee store or coffee shop. Then it is premium, we'll say true, and let's upload the icon. Now I already have a bunch of icons which I'm planning to upload all at once. So we'll go to the my collection where I have all of this icon. I will say open, upload all of this files. So I don't need to upload every time one by one. And then I will just select the correct one which I want to attach to this entry. Then we'll say publish. Now same way you have to add all the category one by one. So I will pause the video and I will add the rest of the categories. Now I added all the category. Now we'll go to the setting, go to the API token, and inside this under the API, we'll open this category and click find, and you will find this API endpoint. Now simply go back over here. We'll fetch all the category lists. So here we'll say get categories, arrow function. Inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await, Axios client dot get slash categories. So this API endpoint you need to pass. That's all. Now obviously we want to populate all the icons or media. So we'll say populate is equal to star. As we are using await, I will mark this as async, and then inside this we'll get the result dot data dot data. Now simply over here we'll call this get category inside the use effect, and then save it. Now over here you'll get the result as well. See, now in order to fetch the category where the condition is premium is equal to true, only that category we want to fetch on the home screen, right? Because only those category we want to show on this app or on the home screen, or other category we'll do it once user click on view all. So to do that, Strapi provide a filter option inside the query when you are fetching the data. So over here, once you have the API endpoint, you can add a filter option, then the field on which you want to add a condition and the operator. So there are different operator you will find, like equal to, equal with a case sensitive, or not equal, insensitive case, and like that, right? So in our case we want to add on the type premium. Okay, so let's go over here and we'll add a filters, then on premium, on field, then $equal is equal to true, and the other condition is populate is equal to star. Now once you do that, you will get all the premium list. Okay, after this I'm gonna create a type. So we'll say type, category type, and inside that we'll say name of type string, then premium of type boolean, and then icon of type URL. Inside that we need to provide URL of type string. Then we'll define a state in order to save all of this category. So we'll say category list comma set category list is equal to use state, and then inside this we'll say category type, and make sure it's a list and initial value will be the empty list. Now simply set the category list as result dot data dot data, and then save it. Now after this we want to show the category. So first thing, let's add a text category over here. For this category text I will add a font family as outfit, not app font, bold, and font size will be 20. Also for this view I will add a style, and then I will give margin top to 20. Over here I will make this 25 a little bit bigger. Then I will again wrap this in another view because I want to add one more text, and here we'll say view all. Now this view all we want to keep on the right side. So for this view I will add a style. Here we'll say display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, justify content space between, and align item center. Perfect. Now for this view all I will add a style with the font family as app font, and then the color will be our primary color. So we'll say colors dot primary, something like this. Then we want to show a list of categories. So I'm gonna use a flat list again, but we want to show in the form of grid. First we provide a data, so data will be the category list. Then let's render the item. So inside this we have item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a view, And inside this view, we want to add image. Now let's add a source. The image or icon is from the URL, so we need to use URI. Then here we'll say item dot icon dot URL. Let's add a style. Inside that we need to add a width. So for width I will say 40 and height to 40. Let's save this one and you will see all the category list. But we want in the form of a grid, right? So and we want a 4 column. So if you see this mockup, we want a 4 column. So Flatlist also have that property where you can provide how many column you want to see show. So over here we'll say number of column and then say 4 and save it. Now when you change the number of column, you need to restart your Expo application. So simply inside the terminal press R. R belongs to refresh. And after restart you will see this category. Currently it is in the it is a 4 column, right? And next fifth one is coming down, but still it's not look good. So you need to add some styling to this. So to make this properly aligned for this particular view, you can add a style, and inside this you can simply add a flex to 1. See, and it's now perfectly aligned. But let's add align item in the center. Perfect. Now for each of this view we'll add a padding. So we'll say padding to let's say 15, and after this image just below that we'll add a text with item dot name of that category, something like that, right? Maybe you can make this padding little bit smaller, and then for this text we'll say text, or sorry, we need to add a style. So we'll say text align in the center. Here you can change this padding to 5 for now, and then also I'm going to add a background color. We'll say colors dot white. Then we'll also add some margin. So give comma and then say margin to 5, or let's make it 3, not too much. And then we'll say a border radius to 10. Perfect. Let's now to make this height for both the rows same, you can just provide the height, let's say 85, and then you can add justify content in the center, something like this. Also for this text I will add a margin top to let's say 3, so some space between those, and that's all. For this one obviously make sure to give the font with our application font, and I think that's all, and that's how our category list is now ready. Okay, and it's very easy. Now on the click of each of this category we want to make sure that we will jump onto the next page. So in order to add an on press event, we'll add a touchable opacity to this particular category. So just wrap it and then save it. So when you click it, you will see that opacity is changed when you click on it. So that's how you have to display the category list. Now make sure at every step you will test this application on your actual device, whether it's iOS or Android. So you will see in actual preview how it looks on actual device as well. Now it's time to push our code. So let's create a new branch. We'll create a new branch and then we'll name it as Homescreen. Hit enter, stage all of these changes. I will add it as a home screen. Give the commit message, publish your branch, and once you publish, go to your repo and then simply create a pull request. Once you create the pull request, wait for the Coderabbit to review your code and then merge your pull request to the main branch. In this chapter, we are going to create a business list collection inside the Strapi admin panel, and then we're going to add a few businesses. Once we add it, we're going to fetch that business list and going to display on the home screen. On the right hand side, you will see that we are showing the popular business list on the right side. So the same way we are going to show on the home screen as well, and at the end we are going to push our code to the GitHub in order to review with the Coderabbit. So simply we'll head to the Strapi admin panel, and inside this we'll go to the content type builder. We'll add a new collection called business list and then simply click continue. After that we need to add some fields. So first we'll say name of the business. After that we'll add address. So for the text I will say address. Then add another field. For a description, if user have the business have any, so for that one I will say long text and then we'll say description. Then we want to add an image for that business, so we'll click on media, and in this case we'll add multiple media, so we'll select the multiple only and we'll say images. Then another field we need to add whether that particular business is premium or not. If the business is premium, then only we are gonna show on the home screen. So for that one I'm gonna show this boolean option and we'll simply say premium. If it's true, then we'll fetch on the home screen. Then the email as well, who created this, right? So here we'll say created by, and then add another. So over here we already have that field name, so maybe we need to give created by something like this. And the most important, under which category it falls, right? So we need to add a type called relation. So it means we can connect this business to some other collection type. So you have different options. For example, the business list belong to many business lists. Obviously over here we need to select a category and then we can select, say, business list belong to many category. So that's not true, but that can be a possible way. Or category has many business lists. So this is the perfect example or perfect relation between business list and the category. So I will select this one, say finish, and then for now I think this is pretty much. After that simply save it. Now once it's ready, we'll go to the content manager and inside that you will see a new collection type called business list. Inside that we'll create a new entry and then you can simply add the businesses. Now simply enter the name of the business. So we'll say Golden Cafe. You can add any address, okay? Then you can add a description. So I'm just adding some dummy description over here. And then you can add multiple images as well. So we'll say add more assets and then we'll select some assets. Now it's totally up to you how many assets you want to add, okay? If you want to add more, you can just click on plus sign or you can even select multiple at once. Once you add both of them, you can even check which one you added. Then if you want to show it on the home screen, just make this as a premium to true. Created by, right now I will just give the email. Then the category, if you see, you will get a list of options, right? From the category list. Now you can select the correct one and then simply say publish. Now if you go back, make sure the business which you added, the status is changed to publish. You can even make this is in the draft and later on you can publish that as well. Now I will pause the video and I will add more business list over here. Now I added the few business list. Now in order to enable see the endpoint, let's simply go to the setting, go to the API token, and inside your API token which you created last time, under the business list you will see you have all the access given. Now in order to get those, you will see the business list as a endpoint. Perfect. Now let's head back to our application. And very first thing we need to do is to add this popular business component. So under the component folder, inside this home screen, we'll create business list.tsx. Maybe over here we'll say popular business list.tsx. Add a default template and then save it. Now on the home screen, so if I go to this home screen, you can simply add popular business list and then save it. Now over here you will see that text. Now I go to the inside this popular business list. Over here we'll say popular business, and then we're gonna also add view all as a text, then wrap inside a view so that we can bring both the text in one line. So for this one I will say class name, not class name, sorry, the style, and we are giving inline style, so we'll say display as a flex direction as a row, then align item in the center, and then justify content space between. Then let's give some margin top for this view, so we'll just add margin top to, let's say, 15. Now for this popular business we'll add a style and we'll say font size of 20, then font family as app font bold. I think we can make this 25 similar to the category text, and then for this view all we'll add a font family as app font, and then we're gonna change the color to colors dot primary. Perfect. Now next thing we need to display it, right? Before that we need to fetch all the popular business list. So for that we'll write a method called constant get popular business list. Arrow function, inside this we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot, this need to be an Axios client, so make sure we are using Axios client dot get, then we'll say slash business list. Okay, so over here you will see it's with the S, so make sure you are using S over here, and then you need to populate everything along with only the premium business. So over here we'll add a question mark filters dollar equal, and obviously we need to mark as a not category but premium as a fill, then dollar equal is equal to, and then we'll say true over here, because when the premium is true then only we want to show that, along with we'll say and populate is equal to star, okay, to fetch all of them. Here I will mark this as async. Now we'll check whether we are getting the result or not. So inside the result dot data we'll get the result. Now this get popular business list you need to call inside the use effect. So we'll define the use effect, and whenever this component load we'll call this method. Now we'll open a console. Right now if you see we are getting error, right, and it's saying a 404 means this maybe endpoint is not found. So make sure the spelling mistake, there is a spelling mistake. Okay, so this need to be just business list, not with the S. So I think maybe while adding the collection we did that mistake, and now if you see we got all the premium business. Perfect. Now once you get this one, let's save in a state. So we'll say constant business list comma set business list is equal to use state. Okay, and here you need to provide the type as well. So in order to see the structure, simply copy this as it is. Oh sorry, I need to copy it again, and then inside your new file do Control N, paste this and simply format this so that you will see the actual result. Okay, now inside that if you see this is a list, and list contain the address, the category along with the name and all of this information. The same way you have to define the type. So over here we'll say type business type, the arrow function, and inside that you need to provide that. So first we'll add the name of the business, so we'll say name of type string, then address of type string, whether it's the premium or not, it's a boolean type, then description of type string again. Then we also have category, but inside the category, if you observe, we have this ID, name and everything, right? But if you remember, we already used this category type inside the category. So you can simply export this type so that you can use it over here. So we'll say category type from the category. Then we also need to fetch images, okay? But in this case, the images is a list. So over here, inside the popular business list, we'll say images, and it's a list, so we'll say list. I think we cover most of them, okay? If you want, you can also fetch the ID of that record. So ID is of type number. Now, inside the images, we actually don't know because it come as an object, right? But you can simply print that out in the form of stringify. So over here, we'll say JSON stringify. So it will convert into a string, okay? And then you will get the result. So benefit of this one, you can simply copy that as it is. Again, you can paste it here, but now we might get a proper string. So if you format this document, you will see we got the list, okay? It's a big one. Now inside the images, we again have the list, and then inside that only we have the URL. So inside the type as well, you can provide a over here we'll say type images type, and then we'll provide a URL of type string. Then over here we'll provide images type as a list, and then save it. Now this business type you need to provide to this use state and make sure it's a list. So provide it as a list, by default the empty list, and then save it. Now after that, you need to set this business list with the result dot data dot data. Now one more important thing, when we are fetching the data from the API endpoint, right, we need to show some kind of loading state. So first we'll add a loading state as a loading set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. When it start fetching the data, we'll set the loading as true, and once it fetch, we'll set the loading as false. Now whenever loading is true, so over here we'll add a condition. If loading is true, then we can show an activity indicator, okay? And for this one, we can add a size, we'll make it large, and for color as well, you can add colors dot primary and save it. So if you see, we have got this loading, it means we are fetching the data, and once the data is fetched, it will go away. Now next thing, we need to display it. So I'm going to use a flat list again. Inside the flat list, just provide the data. So in our case is a business list. Then we need to render the item and the arrow function. Inside this, we'll define a view, and then for this one we'll provide a key as an index. Now first thing, we need to show an image at the top. So we'll say image from the React Native, then source. As image is coming from the URL, so here we'll provide a URI, and then item dot image dot URL. So obviously it's a list, so first only on the top we want to show the first image and then the URL. After this, let's provide a style with a width, let's say 100, and height to let's say 80, and then save it. And if you see, this is how it look like. It means our business list is now printing, but we need to change this width and all. Before that, for this particular div, I will add a style, and inside this style we'll provide a width, let's say 230 pixel. Then we'll provide a height to let's say 160, and now for example for this one, now I will say 100% width, okay, and height as well I will give 120. Perfect. Okay, so that's how it look like, but we want in a horizontal way, the way that we added this slider. So for this flat list, you can just say horizontal is equal to true, and then it will come horizontally where you can easily scroll it. Beautiful. Now you just need to add some styling. First thing, I will add a margin right to, let's say, 10. So there is some gap between these. Next, for this image, I will add a border radius, but I want to add top right and top left. So we'll say top right to 15, then border radius top left to 15, and save it, something like this. Below that, you need to add another view, and inside this view we're gonna add other information like business name. So inside the text we'll say item dot name, business name. So we'll just have a name. Let's save this one. Now for this view, I will add a style, we'll add a padding to 7, and for this text we'll add a style, we'll say a font family as app font bold, and then font size to 17. Then we'll add another text for the address. So we'll say item dot address, and inside the style we'll give a margin top. So we'll little bit of margin, and then we're gonna give the color as well. Right now, if you see, I'm not able to scroll this particular screen, right? And that's why we cannot see the address, right? That's because you need to provide a scroll indicator for this complete page. Okay, now in order to add a scroll indicator, simply go to the home. Now there are few ways you can add it. The first and easiest way, you can add a scroll view. Okay, and below this view I'm gonna add a style and simply going to add height to, let's say, 100. Okay, so it will scroll something like this. But if you remember, we got that error message, right? That's because we already have the scroll view, and inside the scroll view we again have the flat list with the scroll view, and React Native don't like the flat list inside the scroll view. Now in order to fix it, you need to convert this scroll view into a flat list. So we'll just undo this one, or just keep this, and here we'll keep the view as it is, right? But we're gonna use a flat list inside this, and simply inside this flat list we'll say data as an empty string. Then we need to provide a list header component, and inside the list header component we're gonna wrap this complete view. So let's wrap this as it is, and then close this tag. I think we wrap incorrectly, and then close this flat list, and just provide a render item as empty, or sorry, the null. Okay, and save it. And now if you see, I can able to scroll it without any error. Perfect. Now head back to the popular business list. Over here, now add item dot address. I don't know why the address is not showing. Okay, maybe because we added some height over here. Say let's remove this height. Okay, and then now let's add margin top to, let's say, 5, or you can just add 2, not too much. Now for this one I'm gonna add a color, so we'll say color. So we'll go to the color because we are going to add a new color, and inside this we'll say a gray, and we'll say B1, B3, B1, and save it. And that color I'm going to add it. So we'll say color dot gray, and you will see this is now a little bit in gray color. Over here I will add a font family as app font, and then save it. After this, you can also add more details if you want. So, but I will leave this as it is. Now for this particular view, we'll add a background color. So we say background color, colors dot white, and then save it. And then we want to add a border. So to the bottom, so we'll say border bottom right, or maybe we can need to add border to whole. Okay, so border radius will say with a 15. Perfect. And now this is much looking better. Only thing that instead of over here we can add more padding, and then you can even add some stars. Okay, means how rating things. So that also you can add it. For now I will add it as a dummy one. So over here inside the view we'll add a image tag with a source, and then over here we'll say slash. So first we'll say dot star, and so over here we need to add a require because we are trying to access from the local file, and then we'll say dot assets slash images slash star dot png. Then we'll add a width to, let's say, 30 and height to 30, and then save it. It's too much, it's too big actually. Let's make it 10. Oh, so you cannot add width like this. Obviously you need to add inside the style. So width will say 20, height 20. Okay, and then we'll add another text with the rating. So we'll say 4.3 out of 5 and save it. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this one we'll say a display as a flex, and then flex direction as a row. Also we'll add align item in the center, and then gap to 4. Perfect. And little bit of margin from the top. And that's how our popular business list is now ready. Now if you don't want that horizontal scroll bar, you know how to remove it. Simply for this flat list we'll say horizontal scroll, show horizontal scroll indicator, and mark it as a false, so that you will not see that ugly horizontal scroll bar. And here you can scroll your complete home screen as well. Pretty good, right? So that's how guys you have to add the popular business list. So if you have any question, any doubt while adding it, let me know in the comment section, because once you implemented this home screen, you will already learn 70 to 80% of the React Native. Because inside any application, the main important thing is to design the UI and fetch the data from the backend, which you already learn it. Now let's push all our code to the GitHub so that Coderabbit will review our code, and if there is any issue, any bug, they will let us know. So simply I'm gonna create a new branch, and here we'll say business list on home screen. Hit enter, stage all of these changes, give the commit message, and then simply publish your branch. Inside your GitHub repo, make sure to create your pull request, and then wait for Coderabbit to review your code. Once it is reviewed, then simply merge your pull request. Now in this chapter, on the click of category, we want to navigate to the new business list page, where on that page we are going to show a business list based on the category, and also we are going to add a search bar so that you can easily search from that particular businesses. And at the end we are going to push our code. So if you see this mockup where on the click of any of this category, it will go to that particular category business list page, and it will fetch the business list. This is this one page only, but based on what category you select, we're gonna pass that category information to the business list page, so that it will only fetch business list belong to that particular category. So let's go back to our application, and very first thing we need to do is to create a new page, right? So inside this app folder, we can create a new folder called business list, and inside this business list we can create index.tsx file. Now simply add a default React Native function code and name it to business list, and then save it. Now go to this tabs where we have this home screen, and then obviously on the click of category we want to navigate. So go to this category component, and then when you click on any of this category, make sure to navigate it. So basically we already have this touchable opacity attached to each of this category, and to this touchable opacity you can add on press event. Now on the click, obviously you can navigate it. So in order to navigate it, you need to add a router using this use router from the Expo router. So make sure to import that use router from the Expo router so that you can easily navigate. So we'll say router dot push, and then you can add the business list page, and if you see, you'll get the suggestion as well, and save it. Now if I click on any of this category, you will see it's navigate to that particular page. Perfect. Now we'll go back, and along with when we are sending the business list information, we also want to send some parameter. So whenever we want to send a parameter, we just want to add a curly braces, and first we'll add a path name. So in our case is a business list where you want to go, and it also has the field called parameters. Inside the parameter you can pass whichever parameter you want to send. So we'll say category name, and for the category name you can simply add item dot name. Okay, so for the category which you want to send, and then save it. As simple as that. Now when you click on it, it will navigate it, but obviously it also send the category name information. Now if I go to this popular business list, you can fetch, not popular, but if you go to our business list page, you can simply fetch this category name. So over here we'll simply add constant, the name of the parameter, so in this case is category name, is equal to use local search param. Okay, now this particular hook we are importing from the Expo router again, and then save it. Now let's just print this out, category name, save it, and then you will see the category name is printing out inside the terminal. It means we are able to successfully fetch that category name. Now if you don't want that top header section, you can even remove that for the particular screen, or you can remove it for all the screen. It's totally up to you. So we are going to remove that. So in order to remove, we'll simply add constant, use navigation, or there are another way that you can do it. Simply go to your index underscore layout.tsx file where we have this tag, right? And for this tag you can set the screen options. So we'll say screen option, and then simply add header shown as false, and save it. So all the stack navigations header will be gone now. Okay, and in this case if you see, for this business list also is no longer showing. Perfect. Now next thing, we'll add a style over here. We'll add a padding to 20 and padding top to let's say 25. Then we will give the titles. So first I will say category name, and then we'll say business list. Then for this text we'll add a style. We'll say font family, the app font bold, and then we'll give font size to let's say 25. We can give more padding from the top, let's say 30. Perfect. We also want to give a background as a green. So over here we'll add a view, then we'll add a style. We'll give the height, let's say 300, and then we'll give a background color as colors dot primary. Then we also add position as absolute, and then width, let's say 200%, and save it. Perfect. So this is how it look like. I think I can decrease this size to, let's say, 200 only. Now for this business list, I'm gonna change the color to colors.white and then save it. After this, we also want to add search bar. Over here I will make this 30, and in order to add a search bar, we'll add a view. Inside this, we'll add a text input from the React Native, add a placeholder, so we'll say search business, and then we'll add some style to this text input. So we'll add an inline style only. We'll change the background color to, let's say, colors.white, then give the padding to, let's say, 15, and then border radius to 99. Also we'll give padding X, so padding horizontal to, let's say, 20, some extra padding. I think over here you can give little bit more padding, and then I'm also going to add font size to, let's say, 80, little bit bigger, and then margin top to 6. So that's how you can add the search bar. Next thing, we want to fetch the category list, the business list, right, based on our category. So over here we'll say constant get business list by category, arrow function, and then simply here you need to make a call. So we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios client dot get slash business lists. Okay, and here we want to fetch based on the category. So we'll simply add filters category, but over here we are trying to add a filter with the category, but the actual we need to compare with the name of that category. So we'll add one more filter option. So first filter with by category, and inside that category we are telling we have to compare with the name and then equal to with our category name. After this we'll just console our result. So we'll say console.log result.data. Then we're gonna call this method inside the use effect whenever this component loads, and save it. Now over here inside the console you will see the category list. Perfect. Now we need to define two state, one to save all of this business list value and one for the loading state. So we'll say business list set business list is equal to use state, and the type we need to give the business list. We already use this type inside our popular business list, so I'm going to export this business type so that we can use it. So over here we'll say business type, it's a list, so make sure it's a list, and initially it will be empty. Then also we are going to define a loading state, and for the loading state initial value will be false, and whenever we load we'll set the loading as true. Once the loading is completed we'll set the loading as a false, and then we'll also set the business list value with a result.data.data, and then save it. After this we need to show all the business list. I think we have some bigger padding, so I will decrease this padding to 15 only. And now below this we're gonna use a flat list. So from the React Native, make sure to import this flat list. For the data you need to give the business list, then we'll say render item, and inside that we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Now over here, instead of directly mentioning or adding a code to display the list of businesses, I'm going to create a component. So under the component folder we'll create a new folder called business, we'll say business list screen, and inside that we'll create business list card.tsx. Let's add a default template and we're going to use this business list card. Now to this business list card, you need to provide a business, whichever business you want to send one by one as an item. Now go to the business list card and here accept that business. Obviously the type will be props, so we'll define a local type as a props and we'll define a business. So over here we'll say business of type business type, as simple as that. Let's save both this field. Over here I will mark this key as an index as well, and right now if you see it's printed out 2 times because we only have 2 records for this coffee shop. Now inside this business card, let's display each of this business information. So first we'll show an image with type, make sure to import it React Native. Over here we'll say source, then we want to display image from the URL, so we'll use URI, and here we'll say business dot images of 0 because there are multiple image and you can show only first image, and then URL. Over here we'll add a style, then inside the width we'll say maybe 120 and height to 120 and save it. Right now we got an error, it's saying cannot convert undefined value to object. Now we are getting this error because we did not populating all the fields like images and all, right? So inside our index.tsx, when we fetch the data, make sure to populate everything. So over here we'll add and populate is equal to star. So this is very important when you want to fetch the media as well. And now if I go to this copy shop, once you save, you will see that images. Beautiful. Now let's add some style. So over here we'll say border radius to let's say 15 and then save it. Now after this, for this particular view, we'll add a style, we'll add a padding to let's say 15, and then we'll also add a border width to 1, border radius to 15. I think we don't need to add this padding this much, and now we'll remove this border because I just want to see how it looks on the border, but make sure to add background color as colors dot white. Okay, and then you already have the border radius for it, and then give a margin top to 10, something like this. Okay, and save it. Now if I move back, because sometimes style did not get applied, okay, so we'll just go ahead and go inside this, and if you see now the border radius is applied. Next thing, you need to show all the content on the right side. So I will add a view. First we'll add a text from the React Native, and then we'll say business dot name. Make sure to use this optional operator field, even though the value is not exist, right, it will not fail. And then here make sure to add a text. After that we want to add an address, so we'll say business dot address, and below that I'm gonna show the image with a source, and then inside this we'll say require and use star icon from the assets folder. So we'll say star.png. Here let's add a style with a width of 20, height of 20, and then we'll add a text, we'll say 4.5 of top 5 star, something like this. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this view I will add, not for this view but for this top view, we can say display as a flex and then flex direction as a row. Now we also add align item, or you can just ignore the align item, just give some gap, so we'll say gap to 10. Now let's add some styling. So over here we'll say style, font family as F font bold, font size to let's say 20, or maybe let's say 18. Then for the address, I will give a style. First we'll add a font family as app font, then font size, let's say 15, and then the color, I will say colors dot gray. And then for this view, again I will add a display as a flex to bring in one line, and flex direction as a row. Then we'll give gap to 5. Now next thing, make sure for this view, let's add a display as a flex, and then we'll give a gap to 5, so some space between each of these field. And that's how our card is now ready. Obviously we don't have a lot of data, so most of the thing is showing blank, but once we have proper data, then you will see it will fill completely. Now obviously on the click of it, it will go to the business detail screen. Okay, now before moving forward, obviously on the click of this business, right, we need to make sure it will search it. So in order to do that, simply go to your business list page, which is index.tsx file, and inside that I'm gonna add one more state. So we'll say constant original business list comma set original business list is equal to use state. Okay, and the type, business type, it's a list, and then again empty is list. Now the reason that we're adding this one, when you want to filter, right, you can keep the original business list untouched. So I'm gonna set this original business list similar to the result.data.data, and when user try to search something, it will search on the original business list, and then it will add the filter list inside the business list. I will show you how. Also, so for also make sure to implement the loading state, that is also very important. So just above the flat list, you can add the loading state, or there is another option that you can do it, is to add one field called on refresh. Okay, so on refresh, and there is one more called refreshing. Okay, when you call this refreshing, you can show an activity indicator inside this, and when you click on refresh, okay, then that time you can simply call get, I think you can call like this, get business list by category. Okay, and on refreshing you can simply call this method. Let me see. Oh, so over you don't need to give loading indicator here, you just need to provide a loading state. Okay, because flat list have inbuilt activity indicator, mean loading state, and when you save it, and if you see that loading state, if I pull this below, you can even refresh it with a new data, and when it's loading, it will show that loading indicator as well. Pretty cool, right? Now let's move to this search bar. So for the search bar, for this text input, first we'll add on change text method, and obviously it will emit the value, and then you can console the value first, and let's see what you are getting when you type it. So inside the terminal, we can observe, so over here we'll say golden, and as soon as I type, you will see that result. Perfect, right? Now over here, when we type it, we're gonna call a method which will filter the list. So we'll say constant on search filter method, and it will take a value which is the entered value. So we'll say search input value of type string, and then inside that you can simply add a condition. So we'll say original business list dot filter. So instead of filter, we can use include, but before that we'll do a small fix. Okay, so we'll check if there is a no search input, right? Then we can simply set the business list with the original business list. We have to update that, and then we'll return nothing. Otherwise we'll say constant filter list is equal to original business list dot filter, and then we'll say For each item, obviously it will check, and then we'll say item dot name dot to lowercase, which include the user input text. So we'll say search input dot to lowercase. So make sure to map something like this only, and then save it. Now you'll get the filter list, and then we'll set the business list with the filter list. Now this on search filter you can simply attach whenever user type testing. So instead of console log, I will add on search filter and make sure to pass this value and then save it. Perfect. Now let's start typing. So if I start gold, see immediately it comes up without any loading. If you tap CCD, you will get it. Not only that, but if you type coffee, you will get the result. Okay, because we are checking with the include. It means even though the text is in between this business name, it will populate. Same thing you can do it on the address field. It's totally up to you. Okay, but for now we'll keep the search based on the business name. Now before moving to the next chapter, one last important thing we want to implement is a back button. Currently we don't have back button, and we have to use a system or phone's back button, right? Now in order to avoid it, simply let's go to this business list text over here, and I will wrap this inside a view, and I want to add a icon. So let's go to the the icon Expo and search for the back button icon. So you will find a bunch of icon. We'll use this icon, so just click on it. Make sure to copy this import statement first and import that, and then import this component as well in order to render the back button. So inside this view I will paste it and then save it. You will see this back button. Now make sure to align that. So I will add a style. We'll say display as a flex, and then flex direction as a row. After that I will add align item in the center, and then we'll give a gap to 5. Now for this one I will say a color white, and then you can, if you want, you can increase this size little bit. Okay, now we need to add on click event to these icons. So you can wrap this inside the touchable opacity, which will give you the on press event. So over here now we'll say on press, and then simply on the click of that it should navigate to the previous page. Now simply use a router. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router hook from the Expo router, and this Expo router has a back button functionality. So we'll say router dot back, just write back and then save it. Okay, now if I click on this button, see it will went back. If I open grocery store, you will see the grocery store as well, and you click on back, it will go to the previous page. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to add the business list and fetch the business list based on the category name. So if you have any question, any doubt until this point, let me know in the comment section. Now don't forget to push your code to the new branch. So first let's go to the source control, and inside that we'll create a new branch, and we'll call it as a business list by category. Then hit enter, and then it will get checkout. Stage all of these changes, add a commit message, and simply say commit. Once you publish this branch, simply go to the repo, create a pull request, and once you create the pull request, wait for Coderabbit to review your code, and at the end make sure to merge your pull request to the main branch. Now in this chapter we are going to create a business detail screen. We're gonna learn how can we pass the data from business list screen to the business detail, so we can avoid making an API call, and we can immediately load all our data. Then we're gonna add some quick action button like navigating for a direction, or open a link, or make a call. Then we're gonna learn how can we save the business as a favorite for that particular user. Once you click on this, it save as a favorite, and then on the favorite tab we can show all the saved businesses. And at the end we want to push our code to the to GitHub, so that Coderabbit will review our code. Now let's go back and we want to create a new screen. So inside this app folder we'll create business detail screen. So we'll say business detail. Now inside the business detail, let's create an index.tsx file and then add a default template. We'll name it as a business detail and then save it. After this, we're gonna simply navigate on the click. So let's go to the business list card, and here I'm gonna replace this view to a touchable opacity so that we can add on press event when user click on this card. So for this touchable opacity, now we can say on press and then simply navigate it. So we'll use a router. So we'll say constant router is equal to use router, and then we say router dot push, and then we just need to push the business detail screen. So we'll say business detail, but obviously we have to pass the parameters, right, with all the data. So instead of just passing this business detail, we're gonna pass a path name as a business detail, and then we're gonna pass a parameters. Now inside the parameter you need to pass all these parameter one by one, or you can simply do this destructuring and then pass a business information as it is, but it's not basically allowing us. So basically let's pass as a business, but you cannot pass as a JSON information. So you have to convert this into a string. So we'll convert into a string, and later on we'll again convert back into a JSON and then save it. Now if I click on this page, it will navigate, or that card, it will navigate to the business detail screen. Cool, right? Perfect. Now there are a couple of more things that we are going to add under the business detail collection. So we'll go to the Strapi, and inside the collection, under the business list, we're gonna add more field like phone number. So over here I will add a number, phone, and then we can choose a format. Let's say big integer, or simply you can also add it as a string. So you can simply say string and phone. Let's add another field for the email, not email, but for the website link. So over here we'll say website and then add. I think that's all we need, and later on if we need anything else we can add it, and then simply save. Once you save, we'll go back to our app. In meantime, let's head back again, and then we'll go back again. Now for the business type, we can add that extra field like phone of type string, and then website of type string, and then save it, so that it will fetch all the information along with the phone and the website. Now let's implement the business detail. So inside this index.tsx file, first I will add a view similar to our business list. So we'll go to the business list, and I will just copy this view as it is, and then I'm gonna paste it for the background. And make sure to import these colors and then save it. Okay, then we want to add a back button. So I will add a view. Inside the view I want to add a back button. So I will again copy from this business list, because there as well we added the background button. Over here make sure to import this icon and the touchable opacity. In order to go to the previous page, let's add constant router is equal to use router, and then obviously on the click of it, it will go back, and we have that button as well. Let's add some padding to this parent div. So we'll just say padding to 20, and then padding top to 25, something like this. And on the right side we want to add that uh, bookmark or heart icon to make it as a favorite. Okay, so over here simply I will search an icon from the Expo. So over here we'll say bookmark, and I will filter for the any icon only, and I will copy this icon and simply paste it here. But make sure you will wrap inside the touchable opacity. So we'll say touchable opacity like this and save it. Next, let's bring everything in one line, and also for this one we'll make a color white, and let's change this size to 30. Then we'll add a style, and then we'll mark it display as a flex. Then just flex direction as a row, and then justify content space between, something like this. Okay, perfect. Next we want to add an image. So for that one I'm going to create a component. So under the component folder we'll create a new folder called business detail screen, and then inside this we'll say business info.tsx file. Let's add a default template, and inside the business detail we're gonna add that business info card or info. Now obviously after that we need to add an action button. So over here we'll say action button, and then after this we'll add a description section. So we'll say description section. So obviously this action button section contain and a quick action buttons as well. But first we'll implement the business info. Now inside the business info we need to pass a business data, right? Now if you remember, when you click from the previous page to this particular page on a business detail screen, you need to get the parameters which we pass. So we'll pass a business and we'll say use local search params. Now currently business is in the form of string, right? So we need to change this. So we'll say constant business detail is equal to json dot parse, and then pass this business as a string. Then automatically it will convert. So over here maybe you can say to string, so that it will pass correctly. Now this business detail you need to pass to the business info. So we'll say business and then pass the business detail, and inside the business info make sure to accept. So we'll say business of type props. So we'll define a props with a business as type business type. Now first thing, let's show the image, right? So we'll use an image with a source. Then inside this we'll use a business dot images of 0th image dot URL. This need to be a URI, make sure, because we are fetching from the or we want to display the image from the URL. Next, inside the style we'll use a width of let's say 100%, and then height let's say 200, and save it. So this is how it look like. I think we can make it 230, and then give margin from the top. So for this view we'll say margin top to 20. Then for image we'll add a border radius to 15, and that's how our business info details image is displaying. Next we'll add a view in order to show other information. So first let's add a text to display the business name. So we'll say business dot name. Make sure to import this text, and again I need to go to that particular business. So on a click of this copy shop, on the click of this business, we'll see the business name. For this view let's add a style, give margin top to 15, And then for this text, we'll add a font family as F font bold, then font size to let's say 25. I think this is pretty good. Then we're going to show the address. Now if you carefully observe our mockup, here we have the icon and then we are showing the text. So same thing we are going to do. So we'll use a view, okay, and then inside the view I'm going to add an icon. So let's add an icon. So from the any icon, here we'll say location. So we'll use this icon as it is. Make sure to import that icon. And then for a color, I'm going to change this color to our primary color. And let's change this size to let's say 30. Then we are also going to add a text. We'll say business dot address, and then we want to bring everything in one line. So I'm going to add an external styling because we want to reuse it. So we'll say external style. Make sure to import this style sheet, and inside that we'll say info icon text as a class name, and then we'll add a display as a flex direction as a row, gap to 5. And then over here we can simply add that style. So we'll say styles dot info text, and also we'll make align item in the center. Perfect. Now we'll also add info text, and for that info text we'll say size to 18 and font family to app font. Now that particular style we want to add it to this text. So over here we'll say style dot info text and then save it. Now let's change the color. We'll also update the color. So we'll say colors dot gray. Okay, so this is little bit lighter. If you want more light, you can just make that color update inside the color.js. Next we want to show a website, so I will copy this view as it is. We'll paste it here, and instead of this icon, now we'll change that icon. So we'll add globe icon, something like this, and we'll say globe outline, and then over here we'll add as a website. Okay, so currently I think we don't have website added for that particular record, so I'm gonna add it. So we'll go to the home, and inside the content manager, actually inside the business list, for this business, if you open it, we'll add it. So we'll say www.tubegurujikafe.com. So guys, if you still did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe. Here we'll add number and simply click publish, so that it will update both this field. Now in order to bring this field, obviously we'll go back, we'll open this any of this option, and then we have the URL as well. Perfect. Simply for this info text, or maybe for this particular view only, I will wrap, or let's do one thing. Over here we'll add a margin top to 5. Perfect. Next we want to show an action button, so that on the click of it you can immediately navigate it. So let's create another component, and we can call it as a action button section.tsx. Let's add a default template, and inside this as well it will accept a business of type props, and locally define this type as a prop. And if you see how easy it make when you use a TypeScript, right? So here we'll make this business type. So you avoid all the error when you are accessing any of the fields. Now once you add this action button section inside your business detail page, make sure to add that. So here we'll say action button section, and then you need to pass a business info as a business. Oh, this needs to be a business detail, so make sure to pass a business detail and then save it. And here you will see action button section is now added. Now let's go to this action button section, and inside this let's add each button one by one. So very first thing, I'm gonna create a view, and inside this view we're gonna add an icon. So simply let's go over here and search for the location, or let's see something with the navigation. So we'll use this navigation icon. So copy this INI icon and the component and we'll paste it here. Then make sure to import this INI icon and then save it. After this, we can create external styling and make sure to import this style sheet. Over here we'll say container, and inside this container we'll add some padding. So we'll say 15. Now this container we're gonna apply it to this particular view. So we'll say style.container and then save it. For this one we'll change this size to let's say 13, and then we're gonna change the color to let's say colors.primary. Then we are also going to add a background to this view. So maybe we can give this to white, and then for this one we can say a background color and then colors.primary, something like this. Okay, now after this we can add a border radius to let's say 15, and then for now I think that's all we need. Now I will copy this multiple times and save it. So we'll find 4 buttons, but for this view I will make this display as a flex and then flex direction as a row, and then we'll also add justify content space between, so it will spread out equally. We'll also give margin top to 10, and that's all, and then save it. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can simply add the button. Now let's update the icon for each of them. So first over here the second icon will be, let's go over here and search for the globe. So we have this globe icon, so I will just replace the name over here. Then we want a phone icon, or so over here we'll say phone, or maybe we can say call. So we'll change this to call, and here let's check the share option. Perfect. Now below each of them you can add a text. So over here let's say add a text, we'll say website, and make sure to import this text as well. And let's go back to our business so that we can see the live preview how it actually look. I think it's better we can move this outside. Okay, so that's make more sense. So I think we again need to wrap this in another view so that we can add a text, and let's see how it looks. So over here we'll say navigate. Oh, I again forgot to add the text. I think this is much better, and over here I will add a text called action text. Over here we'll say font family, have font, and then simply we'll add that style over here. So style dot action text. Perfect. Same thing I'm gonna do for each of them. So let's wrap everything in another view. So basically let me copy this, and then each of them I'm gonna replace our own view. So maybe there is a mistake over here. Perfect, right? And now just change the name. So over here we have navigate, then call, we'll say website, and then share. Perfect. Now let's make sure to align this text in the center. So we'll say text align in the center and margin top to 2. Perfect. So that's how this action button is now ready. Now another important thing over here, when you click on any of this button, it should do some action. So we need to add a touchable opacity with the on press event, right? So over here for now, I'll just add a console and make sure to close this touchable opacity. Same thing, I'm gonna replace this each of the view, not each but the outer view for each of this button. And then we'll add on press event to each of them. Okay, now when user navigate it, right, we can call an action. So over here we have constant, here we'll say on link, or we'll say on URL action click, then we'll call arrow function, and then we'll accept the value of type string, and inside this when you click it, we want to navigate to that particular page or whatever the action we want to take. Now the first thing for the navigation, we'll say constant, or simply what we can do, instead of making that common for each of them, we'll create separate one. So we'll say on navigate. Okay, so we have the value, and then we can simply, you don't need to pass a value because we can get it from the business, and here we can say constant native URL is equal to, depend on the platform we want to open, a Google Map or Apple Map, right? So we'll say platform.os if is equal to iOS, then you can simply use a map which is an iOS map, right, or a iPhone's Apple Map, and then inside here you have to write something like this. Here we have query is equal to, and then you have to pass the address. So you can get the address from the business.address. Otherwise, so over here we'll say otherwise, we already added question mark, I will copy this existing, but instead of this map I will say geo for the Android, and then save it. Once the native URL is ready, you can simply add constant, or just we'll say await linking. Now this linking we are importing from the React Native, and it has a method called open URL, and you can simply pass the URL which you want to open. Okay, as we are using await, let's mark this as async, and then on the click of this navigate button click, you can call the on navigate action. Okay, now if I click on this navigate, you will see the Google Map is open and with the address which we provide. See, obviously right now my emulator is little bit slow, but over here if you see, it's open that particular map. Cool, right? So that's how we have to implement. Now let's do it for the call action. So we'll say constant on call, and inside the on call, same thing you can do. Okay, so you can use this constant call URL, I will say, is equal to, and then you can simply use tail as a starting string, and then you can simply pass the business dot phone. Okay, and then you can use this linking open URL, but just pass this call URL now, and I will mark this as async and save it. Now this on call you can simply attach to this touchable opacity. Now when we click on call, see, it opens the phone's call pad with the number which is already there. Cool, right? Same thing you can do it for website as well. So website is again very straightforward. We'll say on website click, and then over here we'll just pass HTTPS. Now over here you can add a condition. If HTTPS is not there, then only you can add that page, okay, otherwise you don't need to. And then over here we'll say website. Over here we'll just say URL and then pass the URL. But before this you can also check it, okay, so we can add if URL, so we'll say business.website start with, if it's start with HTTP, right, then you can directly use the URL, so which is a business.website. Otherwise you can use this you can add this HTTPS at the start. And now I'm gonna add it to this on-press event. Now if I click on website, it will open a website inside the Chrome, okay, and then you will have your website will be there. Now the last important thing we need to do is to implement the share button. So we'll say constant on share click. Now share button is little bit different. Now in order to use the share, you can simply go to the browser and enter Expo share. Now you will find this Expo sharing library, okay, which is you can install it by React Native only, but you can check inside the package.json if that library already installed or not. Just search share. I think it's not there, but still you can import it. So for example, here I will say constant result is equal to await, and then we'll say share from the React Native dot share. So from the React Native you can directly use this library instead of using the Expo one, and then you can add your message. So here we'll say check out this local business, okay, and then you can add a business name if you want. So we'll just say /n business name, and then you can attach the business name from the business dot name, and you can add more other details. It's totally up to you. Now on the share click, you can attach on press event and save it. Now if I click on this share button, you will see that share pop-up opens, and whatever we added inside the message, it will show. Pretty cool, right? Now after adding these action buttons, next thing we need to add a description section. So if I go back to our mockup, the next part is showing the description. So I'm going to create a new component for this one, and we can call it as a business description.tsx. Add a default React Native template, and then simply inside your business detail screen you can add that. So we'll say business description component. To this business description, pass a business information, and then inside the business description make sure to accept the business as a prop. So let's define this local prop type as business of type business type. Perfect. So this need to be a business. Perfect. And over here I will name it as a description. Style, I will add a margin top to, let's say, 15. And for this text I will add a style. We'll say font family, app font bold, then font size to, let's say, 20. And below that we want to show the description. So inside the text you can add a business dot description, and over here you can add a style. So we'll say font size to, let's say, 16, then font family as app font, not font but just color, we say colors dot gray and save it. Now let's implement the favorite button functionality. Up to this point, majorly we use an API to get the data. At the start, in order to save the user, we use a post request. And in this case as well, we are going to use a post request to save the information into our Strapi admin when user click on this button. So for that one, we need to go to the Strapi backend. So over here, I will just log in it again, and then we'll go to the collection. Inside this, we'll create a new collection called user favorite, and then click continue. Inside this, we'll add a new field. First, we'll simply need to add a user email as a field. So we'll say user email who added the mark as a favorite, and other you can either add a number for the business. So we'll say business ID and then finish. Now you have two options. Either you can use the relation to map it, or you can simply keep it business ID. Okay, because this just save and will fetch the data if needed. So let's save this one. Now let's go back to our app, and this particular button is inside our business info, not inside the business info, but it is inside our business detail index.tsx file. So we're gonna simply create a method called constant mark as favorite and the arrow function. Now over here we need to add constant result is equal to await Axios client dot post slash business, not business, but here obviously endpoint is different. So I will go back to our setting to see the endpoint. So over here, if you see, we have this user favorite and we need to create a record. So we use this user favorite as an endpoint. Perfect. And then after this, we need to add a data field, and inside the data field, you need to add the two important field. So obviously these two fields are nothing but the one which we just added for the user favorite. So first is user email and other is a business ID. So we'll go over here, use this business ID from the business dot ID. Oh sorry, business detail dot ID. If you don't have this business ID type, right, so make sure inside your type you will add this particular type. So I will go to, let's go to this one first, and inside that we have business type. We already have the ID, so no worry. Okay, so that's good. Let me go back to our index.tsx file, and once you have ID, you also need to pass user email. Now you can get the user email using the use user hook, and here we'll say user dot primary email address dot email address, and then save it. Perfect. And then at the end you will get console.log result.data. Now another important thing, when you save the information, you can show a toast message. So you can say toast android dot show, and then you can add business saved, or we can say business marked business favorite, or we can add like that, marked business favorite. And most important thing, you can add toast android dot, over here we need to add, just say toast android dot bottom, and then save it. Now I will copy this mark as a favorite and will attach to this icon. Okay, now if I click on this mark as a favorite, you will see that notification saying mark business as a favorite. Okay, but we don't know whether it's really marked because it's still allowing me to mark again, right? But if I go to this user favorite, you will see that particular record is getting saved. Now the question is how to update it. So in this case, we also need to create a method called constant get or we'll check favorite marked as a method, and then we're gonna call a method called await axios client dot get slash this endpoint, and inside the query parameter we need to add a filters. So first filter will be on user email, so we'll say dollar equal is equal to user dot primary email address dot email address, right? And the other one, so obviously we'll need to add another one, and filters on the business ID. So business ID, here we'll say dollar equal is equal to business detail dot ID. Okay, and let's mark this as async, and over here we'll say console dot log mark, and then result dot data dot data. Now this check favorite mark we need to call as soon as will this component get load, but only when we have the user information, something like this. Okay, and then save it. Now inside the terminal just check whether you are getting that data or not. So right now if you see we got an object. Okay, so that's where let's mark this as a string. So I mark this as a string, and if you see that particular record is saved. Okay, now the logic is very simple. Obviously in this case we are getting a list, right? So over here I'm going to define a state called constant, and we'll say is favorite comma set is favorite is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now obviously when you call this method, right, it will give you the result, and if your result is greater than length 1, so here we'll say constant data is equal to result dot data dot data, and then we'll say if data dot length greater than 0, then we'll say set is favorite to true, otherwise we'll set the is favorite to false. As simple as that, right? And whenever is favorite is true, it means it's already marked as a favorite. Then we're going to add a condition. First we'll add a condition if is favorite. If it's not favorite, then we'll use this touchable opacity, otherwise we'll use another button which is a bookmark only. Okay, and right now if you see it's showing it as a bookmark, right? But in this on press event, now we need to remove if user again clicked it, right? Because we don't want to mark it as a favorite again. So either you can just call the same method call mark as a favorite, but over here we can add is favorite. If it's is favorite is already favorite, right, then we need to remove the record, otherwise we can call to create that particular record. So this toast Android, I will add it over here. Perfect. Now obviously in order to delete any record, right, you need a record ID which you want to delete. So in this case, if you see this document ID, we need it in order to delete the record. So basically either you can create a separate state. Okay, so over here we'll say constant favorite detail comma set favorite detail is equal to use state, and obviously you can define a type, but we need a quick type, so I don't want to define it too much. So here we'll say document ID and of type string. Okay, and we want to only save the first record, so you can just define like this. Then once we get the information, we can set the favorite detail with result, or we can say data of 0. Now you have the document ID inside this favorite. Now you can simply call await axios client dot delete, and then we can say slash API, not slash, but just call this user favorites slash user favorites slash that particular document ID, which you can get it from the favorite detail dot document ID, and then you can show a toast message saying removed marked business favorite from favorite, something like this, and save it. Okay, now let's test this out. And one more important thing, whenever you call this method, right, you have to call this check favorite mark once the execution is completed, so that it will fetch the latest information. So if I click this again, right, see, it's removed and then it automatically updated. But if I mark it again as a favorite, you will see it's marked it as a favorite. Pretty cool, right? So that's how it works. Same thing, you can do it for other one. For example, if I go to the Golden Cafe, mark it as a favorite, you will see it's marked as a favorite. And anytime you can just go again and that particular business detail screen, you will see it's marked as a favorite already. And if I remove it, it will get removed. So that's how we have to handle it. Now this is the easiest implementation which I am telling in this course. As you are a beginner or mid-level React Native developer, this course will help you to build any kind of application once you build this app. Now it's time to push all the changes which we made in this particular chapter. So we'll create a new branch by going to the source control. We'll click create branch. We'll say business detail screen, hit enter, add all of these changes, and then simply we'll say business detail screen and say commit. Once you commit, publish your branch, and here you got the option to create the pull request. Simply click on create pull request and then merge this pull request. As simple as that. Okay, so that's how we have to push your changes. Now in this chapter we are going to implement and explore business tab, where we are going to add search bar at the top and then the list of businesses. By default we are going to show a popular business list, but when you just start searching any business, then we're gonna make an API call to look for that business matching with that business name, and then we are going to display it. If you see on the right hand side in the mockup, we also have the different design for that card. So let's go back to our application and let's go to the Explore tab screen. So under the tab we have this Explore, and over here obviously we need to add the search bar first and then business list. Okay, as simple as that. So over here I will go to the Explore, and first thing I'm gonna add a green background in the back, the similar way which we added for many other screen. So I will just copy from the other and then we'll paste it here. Make sure to import the colors and then we'll close this, save it. Then next we want to add a text, and inside that we'll say explore business. We'll say explore more business. Make sure to import this text and save it. And if I go to the Explore tab, this is how it look like, but for this view let's add some styling. We'll give a padding to 25 and padding top to let's say 30. Then for this text I will add a style. We'll say font family, app font bold, and then font size to let's say 25. Then I'm gonna change the color to colors dot white and then save it. Next thing we want to add a search bar. So in order to add the search bar, we'll say view, or you can just add a text input, and inside the text input we'll add a placeholder. Over here we'll say search business, and then let's add some style to it. So first we'll add a padding to 15, then background color to colors dot white, and then padding horizontal to say 20. Then we'll say border radius to 99 and then save it. Let's give some margin top. So we'll say margin top to 10. Perfect. So that's how you can add it. Just the thing, we can add font size little bit bigger. Now next we want to show the popular business list initially. So we'll create new methods. We'll say constant get business list and the arrow function. Now over here you can, or first let's just fetch the data. So over here we say await Axios client dot get slash API, not slash API but just business list. Now we already have the business list API endpoint which we use inside the business list. So if I go over here inside the home screen where we have popular business list, we can directly use everything as it is and simply we'll paste it here. Let's mark this as async and let's add a constant called business list comma set business list is equal to use state and business type of list, something like this, and then it will save the business list as well. Now this get business list you need to call inside the use effect and we can simply say get business list. Perfect, and then save it. After that we need to iterate this business list. So in order to display we'll use a flat list and inside the flat list we'll say data pass a business list, then inside the render item we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add a view and then we want to show an image. So first we'll say key as an index to this view and in order to display the image we'll add an image tag from the React Native with a source. So we'll say item dot images of 0 dot URL, but as this is from the URL we are showing this image, so I have to pass a URI, then provide a style. So we'll say width 100% and height to 230 and save it, and here we go, you will see that images. Let's decrease this height and then after that I will add a view and inside this view we'll simply going to add a text with item dot name of the business. Now for this view let's add some padding. So we'll say padding to 15, something like this, or let's make it 10 only. Then over here we'll say style font family app font a bold, let's make it bold. Then we want font size to 20 and save it. Then let's display the address. So we'll say item dot address as well, and for the address let's apply some style. So we'll say font family as app font and font size to let's say 16, and then we'll change the color to colors dot gray. Okay, and after this I also want to add an the rating icon, so which I can just copy it from somewhere. So let's go to this business list card. I think we have that star. I will just copy everything as it is. I know this is hard coded, but we'll add it for now. Perfect. And then after this we have to add some kind of shadow or border. Okay, so for this view we'll say style, then we'll make the rounded corner first, so we'll say border radius, let's say 15, and we'll add a shadow, so we'll say box shadow to 1. I think box shadow sometimes don't get apply. Okay, so simply add a border width, and after that we'll say border color to colors dot primary. Okay, or we can just say gray color, not primary. After this, obviously it's showing green because that's what I applied previously, but we can change that later on. For this image as well, we'll say border radius top left to let's say 15 and border top right to 15, something like this. Then we'll give margin bottom, or we'll say bottom to 15, or let's make it instead of bottom we'll say top. Perfect. And here you can easily scroll it as well, but right now because of this tab navigation we are not able to see the below data, right? So in order to fix it, I will add a view, and for this one we'll say style with a height of 80. Okay, so at least still I don't think so it's working. So let's do one thing. For this particular flat list you can add some padding. So for this flat list you can add a style and then simply say margin bottom to 70, and now if you scroll it, see, you can easily see it. You can just increase little bit and now you can see all of this card. Perfect, right? So that's how we have to manage. Now let me remove this scroll bar. So here we'll say hide, or just say vertical, show vertical scroll bar indicator to false, so it will not show that scroll bar anymore. Perfect. So that's how we have to show this explore section. Now the most interesting part is to search this business when you click on it or when you start typing it, right? So we need to add some kind of button. So once you click search, then it will trigger it. Or the another way is you have to wait until user stop typing. So that is another way that you can implement if you don't want to add a button. Now in order to search when you type it, right, first we'll define one reference called search timer. Okay, and then we'll say use reference of type any, and initially the value will be null. Now whenever user type, so we'll say on change text, obviously we'll accept a text. First we'll define a constant, and here we'll say on change search input, okay, instead of text, and then it will accept the value and then arrow function. Now value is of type string. Inside this we'll set the search text. So over here we'll define search text comma set search text is equal to use state of type string, and then here we'll say set search text will be the text which entered, the value which is entered, and we'll add if search timer dot current is there, right, then we'll clear the timeout. So we'll say clear timeout and then search timer dot current. Otherwise we'll say search timer dot current is equal to set timeout, and inside this we're gonna check we're gonna execute this after 500 millisecond. Over here we'll say if value dot trim is equal to, if it's not or is empty, then obviously we'll call get business list. Otherwise we're gonna create another method called search business, and to this search business we're gonna pass a text. Okay, so before that let me show you what we are getting. So inside the console we'll say search input is, and then we're gonna show the value which is actually search. Okay, now over here if you scroll down I will search something, let's say golden, and if I stop it, okay, then only it should execute. But remember we have to attach this method. So to this text input on change text, it will emit the value, and then we need to pass this value. So this is very important. Okay, so now let's say golden and stop it. Okay, so we'll say golden, and if you see it's getting printed out. Okay, and it only print out when we stop it, and whenever we stop typing it will call this search business. So let's create a method to call this. So we'll say search business, and obviously it has a type text. Okay, whatever the value we are getting, so we'll say value. Obviously here we need to pass a value, not just text. And then inside the search business I'm gonna call this similar Axios call. I will mark this as async, but in this case we're gonna populate, but we're gonna change the logic. Over here we don't need to pass the populate. Okay, so instead of this we'll say we want to filter it on the name, and instead of equal to we'll say contents. Okay, and then simply pass the value which you want to pass. So here need to be content. So let me go to this filter, and here we can find what kind of filter we want. So we need this contents filter or case insensitive, so we'll use this one. Okay, perfect, and the value over here will be value we are searching, something like this, and then save it. Now also define the state for the loading, because this is very important. User will get to know whether it's actually fetching the data or not. And over here as well, something like this. Next, for this flat list we'll say on refresh and then refreshing. These two field we need to pass. For the refreshing we'll pass a loading state, and on refresh we'll simply going to pass, depends on whether we have the search data or not. So if you will here we'll say if search text is there, then we'll call search business with the search text. Otherwise we'll call get business list to get the popular list. And if I scroll down you will see that result. Now let's search something. So over here we'll say coffee, and boom, if you see it's search with the coffee, and it's not search based on the whatever data available, but it's search from all the database from the backend. So basically whenever you search it makes an API call with the value. Okay, and you can search on any name. For example, let's search with the publics, and then it will fetch this data. So that's how you have to implement. Now the next important part, when you click on any of this card, it should navigate to the business details screen. So basically you have to wrap this view inside the touchable opacity, or you have to just change this view to touchable opacity so that you can add on press event, and make sure to add a router as well. So over here we'll add a router is equal to use router. So we'll say router dot push slash business detail, but we have to make sure we also pass a parameter, path name and parameter. So we'll say business detail, and then inside the params we'll say business json dot stringify and then the item. Okay, and save it. So if I click on this, it will navigate to that particular page and showing all the details. Perfect. So that's what we want. And it's not only that, but even though you search something and then click on it, it will open that particular information. Also make sure on your popular business screen on the home screen, popular business section, on the click currently is not working. So you have to add the same way. So I will copy this on press from here. And let's go to the popular business list. So inside the home we have this component called popular business list, and inside this component for the flat list, let's change this to touchable opacity, and then we'll add on press event, but make sure to add a router. So over here we'll say router is equal to use router and save it. Now on this popular business as well, when you click on anything, it will open the detailed page directly. So that's how guys you have to implement this explore section. Pretty straightforward. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now in this chapter we are going to implement the favorite tab section, where we are going to fetch all user favorite marked businesses and then we're going to show on that particular tab. We need to make sure that we will display the business list with reusing the existing component, and if you see on this mockup, the same way we are going to display. Only the change is that we are going to show the user favorited business list, which we already saving inside our admin panel. So let's go back to our app, and very first thing we need to do is to fetch the favorited business list. From that one, if you observed, we have this business ID, and depends on this business ID we need to fetch a business list. So there will be a two API we need to call. So inside the favorite, first we'll create a method called constant get user favorite business list, an arrow function. Inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios client dot get slash, and then we need to call this API endpoint. So I will just go to this API token to find the correct endpoint. So this is the endpoint, right? So we'll call user favorites, and then we need to call, or we need to fetch only for that particular user. It means we need to add a filter, then the user email, and then equal to, and the user email ID. Okay, so over here, in order to get the user email ID, we'll use the use user hook, and from that one we'll simply add user dot primary email address dot email address. As we are using await, I will mark this method as async, and below that we're gonna simply console the result first. And save it. Now inside the use effect, we'll call this method get user favorite business list, and then save it. Now if I scroll down, you will see that business list is displaying on the screen. Perfect. Now next thing, we just need the ID of that particular business, right? So in order to do it, first we'll define a constant called let business IDs, and initially it will be empty. After that we're going to call, we'll say constant favorite list is equal to result.data.data, and then we'll use favorite list dot for each item, and obviously you can put a type anything. I will put any for now, and then we'll say business IDs dot push, and here we need to push a business ID. So this one. So just save this business ID, and in order to verify, I will also console this business ID. Okay, so we are just consoling this, and over here I think we need to define the type. So we'll define a type any, and if I go over here you will see that IDs. Perfect. Once you have the list of business ID which user mark it as a favorite, then we'll create a new method called constant get business list, and inside this get business list obviously we'll call this method inside this, and we'll pass these business IDs. Now accept the business IDs of type array, and then we're gonna call constant result is equal to await axios client dot get, and then we need to call a business list. So we'll call a find, copy this endpoint, and then simply paste it here. Now after this we need to just add a filter parameters. So over here we'll say params, and this is the way that you can do it. Okay, it's totally up to you. So inside this we'll say filters on ID and $in, because inside the array, so you once you pass the array it will search for that business information, and then we'll pass it as a business. Mark this as async as well, and along with this one we want to pass a populate is equal to star, populate, and then we'll say star, so it will also fetch the images and all. And now if I save this, we need to console this result as well, so we'll say console.result.data.data and save it, and boom, if you see we got all the business list along with all the information. Perfect. Once we have that, we'll define a state to save that business list. So we'll say business list comma set business list is equal to use state, and then here we'll provide a type business type and array, and initially it will be empty. After this we'll set the business list with the result.data.data. We are also going to maintain a loading state, so over here we'll say constant loading set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. When you try to fetch the favorite business list, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished, so over here you can add await, and then simply we'll set the loading false once you fetch the business list. Next thing, obviously we want to display that favorite business list. So similar like other screen, I'm going to add the background. Okay, so I will copy this view as it is, we'll paste it here. Now if you remember, at every time we copy this particular section, either you can use a separate component and simply add that. Then we'll add a text, we'll say user favorite and save it. Make sure to import this text component, and then we'll add a style with a font family as app font bold, and then font size to let's say 25. So if I go to the favorite, you will see that section. Obviously we'll also add some padding, and we'll say padding top to 30, and for this favorite text we want to change the color to white. After this we want to show all the business list which we added, so we'll use a flat list, and inside the flat list let's provide a data, so it's a business list. Then inside the render item we'll say item comma index arrow function, and inside this we'll just use our business list card component. Okay, we are going to reuse this component. To this business list card, if you remember, we need to pass a business or the item, each of the business, okay, in the form of item, and for the key we'll say index, and then save it. Once you save, you will see whichever business you mark as a favorite, now it's displaying on the screen. Perfect, right? And the most important thing, when you open that business, right, it will go to that detail page and you will see that you already marked as a favorite. Okay, now couple of things we need to update over here. First, I don't want a vertical scroll indicator, so I will make this as a false. Then we'll add on refresh method. So on refresh, you're gonna simply call this get user favorite list. Okay, if user mark it as an unfavorite, and in order to get updated list, user can just pull the pull to refresh option. Then we'll add refreshing, and for the refreshing we'll pass loading. When you use on refresh, you have to use this refreshing as well. Once you save, if you see, we have this loading, and you can do the pull to refresh loading as well. So that is another option. For example, if I go to the publics and I mark this as a unfavorite, see, it's marked as unfavorite. If I go back, that list is still showing, but if you do the pull refresh, now it will update with a new list. So that's how it works. But anytime you can go to any business detail page, you can mark it as a favorite, and once you go to the favorite, refresh this list, you will see that new record get added. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you have to implement this favorite section. Now there is another way that you can implement. When you are saving as a favorite business, right, instead of just saving ID, you can add a relation type with the business list. So instead of just saving an ID, you can pass the ID, but it automatically connect to a business list. And when you are fetching the data, then you don't need to call two different API. When you call this API, it also fetch the business information, but you have to handle very carefully. As a beginner, I will suggest this way that we implemented, and then you can go towards the complicated way. So if you have any question, any doubt in this chapter, let me know in the comment section. Now let's push our code into the GitHub so that Coderabbit will review our code. First, we'll go to the source control. We'll create a branch called create branch. Give the branch name. We'll say user favorite tab screen. Hit enter, and then we'll add this message. We'll change we'll stage the changes and simply say commit. Make sure to publish your branch. Go to your GitHub account, and then make sure to create a new pull request. Once the pull request is created, wait for Coderabbit to review your code, fix the changes if there are any, and then simply merge the pull request. So as this video getting longer, I already implemented this profile page. So if I go to this profile tab, you will see this screen where with the help of Clerk use user hook, we added this user information, the user profile image, name and email, and below that we added few options, which is the quick option. For example, if I click on explore, it will navigate to this explore tab, and same with the favorite. Also, we added this share option, which we already implemented for business, but in this case, this share option will help you to share this application with your friends. Then we have contact us screen, whether if you want to add some kind of form, you can add it, and then at the last we have logout. And inside the logout, we added the alert dialog, and it will ask you before logout the confirmation. So inside the tab under the profile.tsx, I already added these menu options. Over here, if you see inside this each menu option, I also added the on press event, and each menu has a different on press implementation. Okay, so I will share this profile.tsx file with you so that you can easily implement it by referring this code. So if you have any question, any doubt related to this profile page, let me know in the comment section. Now we are at the final part of this particular course, where we are going to make this application ready for the production. As you know that this application has two parts. One is the admin panel and one is the actual mobile app. Now, currently we are running everything locally, including our Strapi backend. But once your application is deployed on App Store or Play Store, then in that case, we have to make sure our backend is also running on a live production server. And that's the reason in this chapter we are going to push our Strapi backend into and GitHub, and then we are going to connect GitHub to the cloud. We are going to deploy the Strapi CMS completely for a free using the Strapi cloud, and that's what we are looking in this particular course. So first thing first, you have to go to the GitHub account, and inside this GitHub we'll create a new project. Over here we'll say business directory Strapi admin. Then you can add a description if you want and simply create the repo. Once you create this repo, you have to set the remote origin. Okay, so we'll just copy that, then go to your VS Code where we have the business directory admin. Make sure you are in that project, and then simply initialize the Git first. Then set the remote origin, and once you set the remote origin, we'll go to the source control. So these are the some file it's made change, so I will stage all of these changes and we'll give the commit message. So we'll say initial commit and then simply say commit, then publish your branch and then simply refresh your repo. You will see all the changes are inside your repo. Perfect. Now just head back to the Strapi CMS, and over here we'll find the deploy option. Now there are two ways that you can deploy, either through the cloud with the help of UI, or you can use CLI, but definitely the recommendation is use cloud. Just click on this button called deploy to Strapi cloud, or click the link in the description where you will jump onto this cloud Strapi dashboard. If you don't have an account, make sure to create a new account. Now over here you will find an option called create project. Just click on it and then you can select the plan. As I told you before that it also has a free plan forever. It means you can use this plan for free, but if you want to scale your application on bigger platform or bigger size, then you can go with the essential plan as well. But if you go to the yearly, then the billing is much more minimum, but in this case we'll go with the free plan. Then you can connect your GitHub repo, so make sure you are connecting with the GitHub. I will recommend you to go log in or create an account with the GitHub only when you are signing up on Strapi. Then it automatically connect your GitHub account. Then select your account and then simply select the repo. So over here we'll just search business directory Strapi admin. After selecting, you can add a name. So we'll say business directory admin. Then we want to deploy the main branch, so we'll select main. Select the nearest region. Okay, so in my case I will select this US, and then if you have any other changes you can just add that, but right now we are good with this, and simply click create project. Once you click on this create project, you will see it start deploying your project. So right now it's building and then it will deploy your project. So I will pause the video and we'll wait to finish this deployment. And here we go. Our app is deployed successfully, and you can easily visit by clicking on this visit app button. Once you open it, first time it might ask you to create a new account. Make sure to enter the same credential which you use for the local, and then simply log in to your account. Once you log in, you will see all your collection, the records will be there. If you see this collections type, everything will be there. In case if it's not there, make sure to add it, because sometimes local and production they keep it as a different one. Once your Strapi CMS is ready, simply go to the setting and go to this API token, where inside this API token we need to create a new API token. So we'll click on new API token, we'll say prod, add the duration, select the token type, so we'll give full access, so that you will get a full access to each of your endpoint, and simply save it. Now let's copy this API endpoint, because this is the production API endpoint, and inside your .env file I'm gonna add this. So we'll comment the old one or we'll just keep the old one as it is, and here we'll say expo underscore public prod Strapi API key, and simply paste this key, and then we'll copy it. Now inside your global API file where we are using this base URL from the local, first I will update this environment with this prod URL, and then you need to update this URL as well with your production Strapi admin panel URL. So let's copy that and simply paste it here. You have to keep this /API, okay, and then save it. Once you save, let's go back to your application and simply sign in with Google now. So it will also create a new user as per our logic. So I will just sign in, and then it will redirect you to this home screen. But if your application not works and giving any error, that's because you can verify the error inside your Strapi deploy log. So in our case, if you see, we forgot to add the image kit configuration key inside our cloud. So simply go to the setting inside the production, okay, and then inside the configuration add the public and private key, and once you add it, then you can try it again, and then in that case it will definitely work for you. And now if you see, our application is now running smoothly. Right now I added the only 7 category, okay, I think I missed one, but if you see, our UI still look perfectly fine because it's completely responsive, and based on your screen size it automatically update this section. And now even though if I go to this any category, you will see all the business list and everything will work as expected. All the functionality will work smoothly. Even if I go to this explore and search any business, it will search, okay, and even in favorite you will find the mark favorite business list as well, and then we have this profile tab. So that's how you have to make sure your Strapi is deployed to the cloud so that you can export your application. Now let's deploy our application as a website, and simply go to this expo.dev, and here you will find a documentation. Under the deployment section, you have option to deploy on App Store, even Play Store, or you will find an option called deploy as a web app. Simply you have to export your application as a web, and then you can just run this EAS deploy command. So let's try this out. So inside our terminal, I will run this command, okay, and once you run it, it will build your application as a web. And after this, if you see, our application is built successfully, and then you will find a new folder get added called dist. After this, the next command is to deploy or this EAS deploy. Once you run this command, it will deploy your application in a preview mode, okay, so you can verify all your functionality. Right now it asks you to create an EAS project, okay, we'll say yes. Now if you are using the Expo dev first time, you have to create an account on the Expo. Right now if you see, this is the URL it assigned, okay, this is a preview URL, so we'll just enter it, and then it will create a deployment for us. Make sure to create a free account on expo.dev, and then you can able to deploy it for free. If you see, our deployment is successfully, and I can open this app, and if you see, our application is now ready on this web URL. Now you can even sign in with a Google as well, select the account, and then it will jump onto this home screen once you successfully sign in, where you will see our application is now running. You can go to this inside detail, and everything will run smoothly. Now you might see some padding over here, right? Because sometimes depends on your platform, the padding might work differently or margin might work differently. It's all about the platform styling. So specifically you need to update the styling depends on your requirement. For example, inside this tab home screen, now over here we give this padding, right? So simply you can add a condition if the platform, so we'll say if platform.os is equal to web, then let's not add padding, otherwise add padding. So over here we'll say 0 or 20, and from next time it will not add any padding for you. Or you can even test it by selecting this Chrome inspect panel, and then you can just add and play around this styling. But whenever you make a changes, make sure you will build your web application again in order to deploy. And once you are happy with your changes, simply you have to run this production deployment command so that it will deploy in production. But you can also simply go to the Expo dev, and then you can manage your deployment from there as well. So just now we use this app, and over here you will see all the build which you made and everything. You can go to your build and simply you have option to promote this build to the deployment or production. Pretty cool, right? And everything you will find over here, where you have the overview, you have the all the requests which you user made. Every detail you will find on the Expo dev. Now it's time to build our application so that it will be ready in order to deploy on App Store and the Play Store. So very first thing you need to do to go to the VS Code, and inside your app.json, make sure to update your icon. So I already added the logo.png for this app. Okay, I will share these assets with you, and inside the app.json, make sure to update your icon. Same thing, you can update the background image, and this is actually splash screen. Okay, so make sure to update that as well. And wherever I updated the logo, I will just update it over here as well. So we'll say logo.png and then save it. Next thing, once this is done, we'll go to this Expo documentation in order to create our first build, which is very important. First thing, we need to import or install this ES-CLI if it's not installed. So inside the terminal, I will just paste it, and then you need to log in. Okay, obviously if you already log in, then you can check with this EAS who am I command, but if I enter it, you will see that you already log in. Okay, or I already log in, so you don't need to do anything. Next thing, you need to build the configuration. So we'll run this command, and you can build this configuration for both the platform. Okay, you can choose either of them as well, or you can do it for both. So once that is done, let's go back to the next step, is to install this dev client. That is very important. So we'll install this dev client as well. And then next step is to build your application for the platform. Now if you want to execute only for the Android, you can run this command. For iOS, you can run it, or if you want to build it for both, you can run platform space all. Now we'll try for the Android first. So we'll go over here, paste this command. As I am running with this sudo, so I will run the command with a sudo only, and then wait to build your application. Then it will ask a question whether you want to give this application package name. Okay, that is also very important. So right now, if you see this package name, this is default one, but if you want to update, you can update your own. I will keep this and click enter. And then if you see, it will ask you whether you want to create a new Android key store. That is very important, because once you create this key store, keep it in a safe place, because whenever you want to update your application, this key store is important. But the interesting fact is, if you are deploying that with the help of ES or Expo dev, then you don't need to worry about it, because your application update and generating a new version and attaching the key store is already taken care by ES build. So we'll say yes in this case, and you can find your key store as well on the Expo dev app or on their dashboard as well. And right now, if you see, it started building your application. Okay, you can see the logs over here. If I open this particular URL on this ES dev, currently our application is in the queue, right? As we are on the free trial, so it might take extra time to build your application, but if you see, now it started building and it is in the progress. Perfect. Once that is done, you have option to deploy your application as well. Now ES recently launched a new feature called ES workflow, where you can automate your build, okay, and do the submission on the App Store and Play Store. You can implement your own CI/CD pipeline as well through this Expo dev. So guys, we'll wait to finish the deployment, but if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Also, this application is available to test on the website, so I'm gonna put the website link so that you can test it directly without installing on your actual device. But if you wanna try it, you can just go ahead and try that out. So guys, that's all for this particular course. In the same way, you can also build the iOS for the iOS platform as well. So guys, if you are new to this channel and you really enjoy this course, press like button. Also, if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe and press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update whenever I post a new video. Also, in order to access all the exclusive courses and its source code, you can simply go to the tubeguruji.com. The link is in the description, where you can enroll to any of the course, you can track your learning, and you can manage everything on the TubeGuruji dashboard. You will also get a daily quiz, and we can also share that. Also, you can check the daily strike when you are visiting this tubeguruji.com, and even you can learn a different batch after completing your course. Each of the course you can see that you can enroll it, and then you can track your progress. You can also earn a XP or a credits when you complete the chapter. You can access the source code, you can check the live demo, or you can watch this video completely free on a YouTube. Once you finish this application and you're ready to deploy, you can also submit this application on this platform so that you will get a certificate for this project completion. So everything is included inside this TubeGuruji platform. You can explore all the courses whichever you like, just enroll it.